Look at your reward. It's a new trial.
What is going on there? Yeah, Snary Gamer. I guess as far as I don't, it's been a while. I know you didn't come in as a first-time chatter. I guess as far as I'm going to assume you've been in here before, but welcome on in for today. We're doing all right. I guess as far as it's a pretty decent day. I guess as far as considering we are in winter over here at the 43rd latitude, but I did have to deal with
It ain't got no gas in it.
shoveling up some snow. Not a lot, but just enough to be annoying. Definitely just enough to be annoying. These two cars that we got here, they definitely got some gas in it. They definitely do have some gas in it. So, this one being our, yeah, this is our street. We were on the hunt, I guess, as far as if I didn't drag one. And we, so we'll probably continue, I guess, as far as with that. Inventory is clear. Yeah, there's a drag version of this one here, too. And I want to get that one. It has the roll bar and the cab and whatnot. And we got Racer Batman joining in the party. Welcome in there, Racer Batman. Party's just getting started. Welcome on in. All right, yeah. So we are, like I said, still on the hunt for that drag C10. I guess as far as I don't remember where we left off there, but we'll probably do some round robins here. I guess as far as to go to the auctions and such. I guess as far as to see if we can find this thing. See if we do that. Glad to hear you're doing good there, Racer Batman. Yeah. So everything seems to be systems go on both sides, both the purple and the red side. So let's get to it. I guess as far as see if we can find this drag C10. I think what I'm gonna do, like I always like to do, check out the salvage auctions. I get really good response. I guess as far as over here, I guess as far as finding the things. I mean, we didn't last time. One thing else I forgot to do. We need to do that. Get all those redeems, I guess, as far as ready for you all to play. Yeah, so we did get some snow IRL. Just a nice little dusting. Definitely still cold enough, I guess, as far as to do that. So, and we got Racer Batman trying to get that snowball fight going there. I'll get on that action. Snowballs are on a relatively low cooldown and pretty cheap, so get into that snowball fight. Cool. All right, let's see if we can find this drag C10. So it's going to be a blue truck thumbnail, so nothing at the salvage auction. A lot of really cool cars to choose from, but not seeming we got the ones we're looking for right at the moment, so let's try this auction. We do know that it can populate into the auctions. We did check the config on that, so it's definitely possible. We did get to drag one of these. In fact, we got that in the on the hoist too, in the garage at the back of the house. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have one here at the auctions today. So we'll probably go ahead and check out a barn. We'll head back to the house and see what we got. Round robin is what we like to call it. You're looking for followage, maybe? Yeah, we're not looking for... Yeah, we don't have a countage. Good evening there, Jack Doll. Welcome in. We're just getting started. Looking for this C10 Stepside drag. Alright, so we're going to go check out a barn next. Barn. Let's check out the barns. We got well over 100 barns. I wish I knew how many over over 100 we had. Yeah, there's the followers. 2 years, 5 months, almost 2.5 years. Alright, I'm gonna tone that down just a tad. Nice. Okay, so we got a Caprice in here. That's a Caprice. Somehow that must have got renamed there. So yeah, we know that is a Caprice, not an Impala. We got an El Camino. Looks like an off-road. Yep. And hoping to get a Drag C10. Drag C10 is what we're looking for. Okay, so that's 2 cars. We got one more in here. What's Caprice on? What's with the Caprice on? What's going on there, Critton? Oh, there it goes. For a second there, I thought that redeem wasn't working. Yeah, you get to play with the crayons a little bit. So we got a Jaguar. E-Type. Yeah, definitely not cars we're looking for. So we got anything loose in our inventory? We do not. I'm just going to check out these few spots here up at the front of the barn. If we do get the crate, we'll take it. We'll keep this moving along. Let's see. Okay, no crate there. Doop. No crates here, no crates there. Give me a crate. Alright, no crates in here. I mean, there is a crate in here, but nothing here by the front of the barn. So we're good. At least on this visit. Alright, so let's head back to the house. We'll check out the junkyard. I want to get this see if we can find this lickety split. Lickety split. What are we talking about? R what? R2D2? What's an R32? I don't know what an R32 is. I feel like that's something I don't know. Alright, so looks like we're gonna check out a junkyard, do that round robin. Let's keep the show on the road. Oh, is that what that, a Nissan Skyline? Is that what they call it? I forget the default names. Yeah, we already had it. We already done a Nissan Skyline. I think we do have that in our garage. Somewhere. We got that tucked away. Alright, so what do we got here today at the junkyard? So nothing loose. You can see what kind of cars we got here. We're looking for that C10 Stepside drag. We got a Dodge Challenger. That's the Electrocat. Nice. That's one of our own configs. It gets as far as for that car. We created that one based on the electricities. You've had the privilege of seeing R32 yesterday, Skyline. Skylines are pretty popular. I wouldn't say we have a lot of them here. We probably have more of the Honda Civics and the CRVs, I guess, as far as the Honda persuasions around here. That's our Pontiac GTO. Stock V8. We already have one of those. Nice. Oh, we got a Beetle. Is that the Herbie? That's the Herbie. Nice. We got a Herbie bug. Not what we're looking for, though. We got the Herbie already. Nothing there. I feel it in my bones. We should be able to find one of these. What is this guy? That one is that's a supercharged Impala 65. Yep. We got a couple more spots over here to check. Wait, can we climb up here? Nope. I was gonna say, if we can climb up there, that'd be cool. Never realized that. So no cars in this spot. Alright, I'm gonna check a few piles on our way to the front. We got the map. That'll be good, we'll take it. If not, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Alright, so we have no map there, that's fine. We got well over 100 still, I guess, as far as the map, so we're plentiful on the maps. Let's head this back to the house, and we'll check out another salvage auction. It's the way the round robins work here. We need some luck. We need some luck, I guess. Oh, why did that shut off? It's too early. Don't do that. Gotta reboot. There it goes. That's better. Get that to work right. So yes, I guess they do call the Skylines the Error 32 there by default. I almost forgot. I've forgotten, I guess, as far as what they call the default cars using the quality of life mod. I'll be honest. So let's check out the salvage auction. We're gonna find this thing. I think we're gonna find it. Oh no 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 no. All right, salvage auction. Drag C10 Stepside. Uh-oh. It's a 2-star. Right on. So this is a 2-star, so looks like it does have the engine in it. Nice. So for 2-star, probably doesn't start. Can you sit in it? Yep. Nice. So this roll cage does allow us to sit in it. That's nice. Probably doesn't start. Nope. So this one's a 2-star. Definitely gonna bid on it. Looks like most of the engine is in here. Beautiful. Look at that. We might be able to fix that up. Now, is this the one? Yeah, we redid this config on our previous stream, I guess, as far as to change the suspension on that to give it a little bit more. It had the taller McPherson strut on it. So yeah, we did some changes on this just to kind of, yeah, as far as with the servo and all that. So that's one of the reasons why we've been trying to look for this to see how it presents itself. And so far, it's looking good. So we're gonna go ahead and bid on this. So the high end is $29,530. All right, let's see what we get it for. Put a bid in there. Oh, you sent an image? Nice. You put that in the Rock Nation Discord, or was that a personal DM? Wow, we got a lot of bidders on this one. Holy smokes. This thing is taking off. All right, slow down there, people. Slow down. All right, slow down. See, listen to me. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. Question is how much over we're gonna have to pay. Okay, so it looks like it's gonna go over. By how much? 32. Oh my goodness. This thing doesn't even run, but it probably only needs oil. All right, we got it. Nice. So about 4,000 over. 4,000 over. We'll get this back to the house and we'll check and see how much over we went. Probably not that, hopefully not that much. Alright, so we did get it. Let's go back to the house. We gotta make some room in here as far as we can work on that thing. Got that in the general media, do we? Let me see if I can get that loaded up here real quick. This one's yours? It seems very professional. Oh, I see. So it's in the, which game is this in? Just trying to figure out what game that's in. It's definitely not Car Mechanic. Definitely not Car Mechanic. Yeah. So this one not being a, whoops. Why did that not shut off this time? Okay. Gotta fix that problem. Yeah, what game are we talking to? Oh, this is Need for Speed. Gotcha. So, most game-related stuff, and I know I don't make this well noted in here. If it's a game-related deal, we do have a separate channel, I guess, as far as that for gaming screenies. I know I don't have one specific for like automotive ones, but we got the gaming screenies. So if it is a gaming-related one, it does go in the gaming screenies. But that looks pretty real. If it wasn't for the bottom, giving it in a way, I guess as far as that it is in the from Need for Speed, I guess as far as I would think that was just a professional picture. As far as of a real Nissan Skyline. That's pretty cool. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so we did get this drag. So what we need to do is make some room. I think I'm going to put this guy away. Yeah, we're going to put this dude away. Let's put him into parking. And let me see if I can find a home for that one. So, yep, this one's our drag. We'll pull that one out here in a second. I did get this bare frame. I think we got this in the off stream. I don't remember. But that'll be one we can potentially speed run. Let's swap this one over to... Let's find a home for that. Drag GTO. Did some rearranging here. I think I already mentioned we did buy another garage because we're out of room. Got so many cars now. I think what we'll do, our Aston Martins, I'm gonna put it with this weather GTO. That'll work. Cool. Now let's pull this guy out. Let's move to the garage. And there we have it. I'm gonna flip flop these though. Let's move this one over to lift. Oh, hold on. Lift B. Let's just flip flop them. There we go. Nice. A nice comparison here too, I guess, as far as we got the pretty significant column induction hood on this one, and this one just got the hole in it. Now, we have kind of entertained the idea, I guess, as far as to still put this hood on there. In fact, we can swap this out. Gonna give that a look. I don't know if that would, in reality, if that would probably restrict, I guess, as far as airflow into the butterflies. But going for that look, I guess, as far as you could probably do that. Let me see. Let's see how this looks. We want this one on there. Check it out. Pretty interswappable. If you wanted to go with the hole in the hood or column induction. Pretty nice. I like the versatility of that. I'm going to put this one back on there. Liking it. I'm liking it. So we did end up putting a... So it had just the non-supercharged LS into this deal. We ended up putting a supercharge in here, and we got a pretty good hot rod here, I guess, as far as for this one, being a street. So I'm kind of curious to see what we'll get out of the drag version. This was 737 on the supercharged there. This one's got probably less. Yeah. So it is the old school supercharged, keeping in mind. So that's the only engine swap we can put in this one. This one has the supercharged and the non-supercharged LS. So just fair comparisons is all. Put that back together. What do you think? Is it doable? What is doable? Keep it open. Looks better open. Yeah, I like the look too, I guess, as far as just keeping the hood off. So I like it both ways, I guess, as far as myself. Having the hood off, as well as having the just the cutout into the hood itself. This depends on, you know, what kind of look you're going for. Like if you've got your the engine bay, I guess, as far as pretty well dressed up, yeah, definitely keep it off. But you know, if you want to hide some of that, I guess, as far as and still have the engine sticking out of the hood, just the hole in the hood. That's why we've got like this one here, like that. Got a pretty well designer kind of cut out there. But if we took it off, if we wanted to leave it off, it's pretty well clean in there. Still want to get these fender wells kind of rounded off there. Now, I did try this in the off stream. I know I've mentioned this many times before. The problem is when it rounds these off here, it's rounding off, I guess, as far as on this edge here and the outside edge, and I don't want that look because it leaves a gap, I guess, as far as in there. So still in the process, I guess, as far as of figuring out how to clean them fender wells up. Yep. And then we got our column induction hood on this guy. Nothing on this one. I want to make another one too. I've explained that I want to do something similar to this one, but have this kind of slanted in where it's raised up and they have vents on it, similar to that. So we'll have that'll be for our Z28 trim of that one. So we got a lot of things we're doing in the off stream. I'm going to put this hood back on. Ooh, someone trying to get that snowball fight going. Jono, welcome in there, Jono. Keep it open, looks open. Yeah, I don't know how we'll do that. So we can set it up in the config so you don't need to have it on there, and it'll leave the body, I guess, as far as at 100%. So that's the other thing. Kind of bugs me. Something silly, I guess, as far as when the... Yeah, so we are about that much in the hole with that one. So we paid about 4,000 overestimated, so we're about in that range. Yeah, it does bug me when the body can't get to 100% when you leave body parts off. Unless you set it up in the body config, I guess, as far as that it's not required. So, yeah. Whether or not we do that, that's still yet to be seen. What's even cooler is, even if you do set that option to not be necessary or required to put on there, you can still put it on there. So there's that option too. It's just when you find it, and as far as what the you know, what it compiles, I guess, as far as being required, it just isn't required. So it's kind of neat. So I like the fact that you can sit in this one. We've got a couple other examples where it's got a roll cage and you can't sit in it with the roll cage into it, but this one does allow you to do that. So it does give me yep, see, so it does let you sit in it. All right, I'm gonna see if we can put some oil in this and see if it'll run. I always like to try that first just to see. So let's go ahead and check the oil. And we're going to top it off with some fresh stuff, and let's see if this thing will run. I don't think it's missing. It'll let us know. So I'm guessing this fuel tank that's in here. Let me go like this. I got to see here. Does it actually require a base game fuel tank? Doesn't look like it. So I wonder how that worked. I didn't look at that in the config as far as, but it looks like it does not. So yeah, I'm gonna see if we can get this started. Let's move this. Oh no, we don't want to do this yet. I don't want to do that yet. Just want to put some oil in it. What am I doing? I'm getting ahead of myself. My bad. Let's put some oil under. Hope you're doing well there today, Jono. I guess as far as welcome on in there. Nobody else wanted to get in on the snowball fight, I guess. I know Racer Batman tried it earlier. I'll get on that action. We have had a little bit of snowfall, I guess, as far as in actuality. Try not to overflow it. There it is. I knew it was close. Alright, let's see if this thing will run. Just by putting in a little bit of oil into her. That'll at least tell us the health of the engine. This way. Oh, she's a runner. Don't mind the gauges going backwards. We're well aware that that has an issue. I wish I could fix that, actually. Yeah, the only way you could fix that fully, I guess, as far as to remodel that, and I don't have the files to be able to do that. So we'll come down to the original creator of that. Yeah, we're doing all right. Other than the fact that it's just a tad chilly out there. You know, it's to be expected being winter. Next thing we're going to do is get this thing a bath. Yeah, so they went with a really simple cutout on this one, as opposed to what we did on our Camaro. Not terrible, but it gives us options. Let's move this over and give her a bath. See what color she is. Now we can tell here that it is red. It's showing that, so let's see if we wash it there. You can get a little hint of it, I guess, on the hood. Let's see what we got here, though. Look at that. Yep. Okay, so it's a little bit different shade of red on the hood, it looks like. That's a pretty killer. Oh, we got a different colored fender. I like that red. That's cool. Red means hot. It's fast. Hot and fast. Alright, so did it get us out of the hole? A little bit, but not all the way. We'll get her fixed up. Excuse me. We'll get her fixed up and get her out of the hole. So it does run. That's another good thing. I feel like I got this for a pretty decent price then. That's the fact that... Oh, excuse me. That one slipped a little bit. Got Tundra stinking up the joint. How we doing there today, Tundra? Hope you're doing well. Now, we did change to... just a kind of little bit of a summary. We did change some suspensions on this one here. Give it a different rake to that, and I think it looks still pretty good. Still got that pushed in the front. We kept the drums, I think, in the back. So we didn't go all out, I guess, as far as with updated rear end. But we did adjust some of the suspensions in the editor just to kind of clean this one up there a little bit. I think it turned out pretty good so far. Let's see if we can get a new door for this. And let's fix up all the body panels. We're gonna have to paint this one. Yo, Evan the Banditor. Holy heck! I guess as far as it's been you have bowling, bowling today. Is that for is that a league thing or just for fun? There, Tundra. That sounds like fun. I haven't bowled in forever. How the heck is Evan the Banditor doing? Haven't talked to you in a hot minute. Good to see you. We need to go here. Just first we can get a door. Yep. And we're going to have to paint this puppy too. Alright, so we got that. Let's take off some of these panels so we can fix these up. That is fixable. 2. So you can take most of the... what are we crying about today? I guess as far as it's been a rough day at work. What's been going on over there, Evan? The Banditor. Did it do... Oh, it did do the thing. Nice. Thanks, bot. I know Evan the Banditor's been trying to get get a footing, I guess, as far as over there on the YouTube sides of things. So, is that repairable? That's cool. So, that's pretty interesting how they did this one to not require, I guess, as far as the in-game, you know, the default type of fuel tank. Now, obviously, it doesn't require a fuel pump either, so it's kind of interesting. Wow, that bed's in really good shape. So did this roll cage come out? Is that part of the body? That might be part of the body. I like how they got this tied right into the frame. That's slick. I like that. So that's what a true roll bar will do, I guess, as far as to be tied into the frame. Yep. I like how they did that. That's pretty slick. I want to do something similar to that to our drag Gen 2 here. We don't have this one. It's still pretty standard, I guess, as far as in that. So, I definitely want to get that one similar. So we get a lot of really cool ideas like this, I guess, as far as from these other mod cars. You're on a league handicap? Nice. Cool. Well, hopefully that goes well. I hope they have fun with that. You just been working and chilling. Went and got the bike out of storage. Oh. Cold ride, I bet. They got the itch to go on a bike ride. You got a couple things I've got to install. You've been putting it off. So how's the weather been down there lately? I know it's been so we had one day, I guess, as far as got in the 50s, but that was short-lived. That was definitely short-lived. So I'm just looking to see if I got all the body panels off this. I'm gonna get these fixed up. Gotta paint that one new door. Alright, we're gonna weld the frame. Let's get that done. I probably got, yeah, this tail light. Where is that? It might be missing. So we got that one car part that has all the bolts and stuff on it. And that is going to be... Let's see here. Gotta remember where that's at again. That's the only thing as far as body parts that really kind of burns me about this one. It's got the bolts separate. So let's do this. We gotta have the other stuff on there first. Okay. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let's weld the frame. 1300 to get this one welded. So what kind of things are we getting installed? I know you got I forgot what else you put on there earlier. You put different mirrors and stuff like that. I know you posted some pictures up in there in the Discord. Have to refresh my memory again. It's been a while. Just working and chilling. Yeah, maybe playing any new games. I know you were playing that Abiotic Factor previously, I guess, as far as in the off stream. Pretty cool. All right, we got a rear bumper on this too yet. I'm liking the way this frame is done on this too. Just everything's tied in. I mean, it looks pretty legit. I like it. So it does look like we did not adjust the drive shaft. So in our effort, I guess, as far as to adjust this suspension, I forgot to adjust the drive shafts to make sure that yoke hits the third member. So I'll have to adjust that. Okay, that might be something that we'll have to adjust in the editor. So you just got to keep it in mind, I guess, as far as when you adjust certain things like that in the editor, other things get affected too. Try not to break anything. No snow, but lots of rain. So I'm assuming then, I guess, as far as it's been like in above freezing, at least anyway. Oop, I did that again. 21 days for me for quitting smoking. 21 days? Nice. So you having any major withdrawals there, Tundra? I know plenty of folks that I know. I've never really smoked myself, but know plenty of people, I guess, as far as I have. And that's one of the biggest things when trying to quit smoking is you get the withdrawals. Yeah, so no withdrawals. That's definitely good. 21 days with no withdrawals. That's good. You know, so part of the thing that I've come to understand with the withdrawals is part of the body is just readjusting, I guess, as far as, you know, when it gets used to, I guess, as far as a certain input of things like alcohol is the same thing, tobacco, nicotine, whatever, and you basically just quit, I guess, as far as giving your body that, it tends to get it gets angry with you, and that's what causes withdrawals. So as long as you're not having that, that's pretty good. So we need to get that one door painted. So let's go to the paint shop. And while we got these parts off here, we're going to paint that one door. So did we have anything that was still... Oh, this door was bad. Alright, so we're going to need to get one of these, one of those, and one of these. We're going to have to paint those parts too. So we do need the left side door. We did already get the right side. We got to get that painted. And a fender. Okay. Got it. Alright, let's go to the body shop. So we need that front end. This doesn't need to get painted. So that's fine. This will need to get painted. So we got 3 parts that need to get painted. Just take a mental note there. You've got some electrical things I need to install, so that's going to be an adventure. Yeah, electrical things can always be fun, right? There's a raffle. While it's kicked off there, grab that while it's hot. You're not good at electrical work, mechanical stuff. Oh yeah, I'm kind of the same way. So when you get that combination of electrical with the mechanical, so like if the electronics to the mechanical part doesn't work, obviously, yeah, that's where you can get stuck. So hopefully you don't have that same type of issue. So let's paint some parts here. We want to paint this guy. But I need to get this on the swath first. Let's do this bumper. So we can get this color in the swath. And then we'll be able to paint our 2 other parts. Or 3 other parts, I should say. Ready? So that's in our swath. So we need to paint this new door. 2 new doors, actually. So it doesn't... Oh, that's neat how they did that. So on this side... Technically, that should paint it the same color. That's kind of interesting how they did that. So these doors, in reality, I guess as far as would be the same color all the way through on the metal. So this one, they did it separate. That's interesting. But there's our new paint. Alright. And we got 2 other parts to do. So we got our other door. This is my door and my other... how does that go with... there's my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. This is my door, my other brother door. Yeah. You know what I mean. So... that fender's good. This other door. Yeah, that's really interesting how they did that. You keep this this side separate. That's not normally how that would go. But it's yeah, it's pretty. I like. It's an interesting approach. For sure. You got most of the bags and everything attached. I do remember you showing that. You put the pictures up there in the Discord about that, about the bags. Right? So, what's with the electrical stuff you're putting on? What kind of electrical parts are we putting on? So that bumper's good. Yep, we need to paint this other fender. There we go. Get that painted, and that should be all of our parts. See, it does have the fill here. I wonder if that's on our street one, too. So the fact that the fuel cell's in the bed, you probably don't need this. So it would have been nice to have this taken out. Man, it's even got the strut in there, I guess, as far as for the... That's fender bracing. That's pretty... Look at that. That's pretty neat. I never noticed that till now. I like it. Yeah, you would have fender braces on here so it doesn't wobble around, I guess, as far as... so it's braced, I guess, as far as up against the bed. That's pretty neat. That's some pretty cool detail. Alright, so we got all of our parts painted. Let's get these back on the truck. A little bit of time to get on that raffle there, folks, while it's hot. We got that brand new month, brand new year, as far as... we did see the top fluids. It's getting shook up there a little bit. I did take some of the disqualified things out of there, like the bot and such. So, currently we got Jack Doll on the top spot. Racer Batman in second. Farmer Guy's holding up in there. Little TJ's still in there. And Smootolini holding on that 5th spot. That's for the month of January. Alright, let's get these body panels back in. Ooh. So, I think this hood... Nope, I guess that looks good. That looks fine. Well, it was a little toasty. We're making it less toasty. We're trying to make it less toasty. On the body, at least anyway, for now. So we got the bumper. So I like the fact that it's a painted bumper. Gives it that clean look. Come on, dude. Get that front end in there. There we go. We had to buy a new one. Headlights were fixed up. Nice. So one thing I did want to check on here. So this does not have the fuel. What the heck? That's weird. So this one does not have the fuel. Oh, here it is right here. What's on this side? So it still does have that, just like on the street. I think it would be neat on this one because the fuel cell's in the bed. That that was removed on this version. So that'd be like a tune part for this one. Just food for thought. I wish I could actually, yeah, I could actually apply that myself, but not possible. So we're missing that. Oh, we got a tailgate to get there too. Okay, we'll get that. We'll get that painted. We got brand new doors. So we're probably missing mirrors. Yep. Let's get some mirrors. These don't think they'd be painted. I think they're just chrome. I believe these are just chrome. Let's get that mirror. Yeah, these are just chrome. Nice. That door on. Probably need to buy a mirror for that side. Yep. Let's get a mirror for this side. So far, looking good. USB hub for charging, new tower, rally headlight, and a wait a minute, USB for charging. A couple of accessory hookups. So USB for charge. So like being able to run the camera while you're out and about. Yeah. Yeah. So we made this note here before too. For the windows, it's got the hole cut out there. I guess as far as for like, I think it should have. I don't think we got our beetle out, but it should have like the ducting under that. But the fact that it's just got the hole in the windows there, that's for the side, that's pretty neat. Plus the fact that they ran the roll bar right through the window. This is not uncommon. Like you can actually, in reality, I guess as far as do that, I guess as far as to put a piece of Lexan, put the cutout in there for the roll bar. Yeah, so that's a real thing. So we're gonna need taillights, I think. I think we had the one. Yep, this one was missing. Yep, so let's get this guy. Make her complete on the body at least. Okay, we still need to get that tailgate. Let's put the fuel. Part 2, it's making that as nice. I've never heard of this style of fuel cell, but looks pretty cool. Looks pretty legit. Fireproofed and all that. Let's get some new windows. New windshield. And this left one. See, it's got the cutout in there. That's pretty neat. So for being a drag truck, you'd want to have that, I guess, as far as for ventilation, as opposed to just keeping the window down. Now, we've seen like in the GTO where they did, you know, pretty drag-esque, I guess, as far as to have like very simple door cards, as far as like aluminum door cards. I definitely want to do that. I want to see that done on this truck too. That would be cool. That'd be really cool. I don't know if we'll see it updated here. That's still yet to be seen, I guess. But would be neat. Would be neat. Let's get our back window. Cool. Now I think our body, no, next to our tailgate, we'll need that. So let's go to the store. Did we already get that? I think we did. Yep, we just need to paint it. So we already got the color in the swath. Let's go get that. More like phone charger. It's just a hub hooking up. That turns when you flip the key. Right, I kind of figured that would be like hooked to the battery. Just trying to picture that, what you would use that USB hub for. Now, how many You know, being a hub there, I guess as far as how many plugs are on it, like 3, 4. I assume it would have more than one. You know, otherwise it wouldn't really be a hub per se. So yeah, how many does it have on the hub? Pretty neat. So this should paint it all on both sides. Whoop. Oh, excuse me. That one slipped too. So it's got 3 on it? Nice. That seems to be enough. I don't know if you would need any more, actually. You figure phone if you want to do camera, charge your camera. And you have one left over. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, so we got that painted. Nice. Let's get that onto the truck. And a USB-C. So the USB-C is the mini one, right? I get them mixed up. So you got the A, which I think is the traditional style. You got the B, which I think is also called Lightning, and then you got the C, which I think is the mini. I think I got that right. I could be wrong. Okay, let's get our tailgate on there. Nice. Now we should have. Hold on a minute. These right here. We gotta fix these two. That's one thing I think it shouldn't be that way. I think that should just be a part of the bed. But I kind of get how why they did it that way, because these here would bolt down, I guess, as far as to the bed. So obviously, you did the bolts separate for that. So those look like those were shot. So we're gonna have to get new ones of those. All right, let's go ahead and get those from the body shop. Nice, nice noise. Put those back in. Now these are really hard to get to. That's another thing. Cool. So that's just what bolts the bed, I guess, as far as to the different parts together. So I get it. I just don't think it needs to be a separate part like that is all. Plus these here should be red here in the back, and then the front ones will be orange. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit backwards, but the concept of this deal is pretty cool. But there's some modifications that would be nice to be seen. So let's see what our body condition's in. So now we're in the good now. Hell yeah, 89%. So what did we miss? Let's see what we missed on this. So this is all going to be interior. Steering wheel. Car part 1. What was that part? I think that's the chrome around the windows. Yep. Yep. So that one's shot too. Alright, we'll get a new one of those. No problem. Let's get a new one of these. So, kind of neat, I guess, as far as that it did do the chrome separate. I've seen it also where they have the chrome actually applied to the window, as well as being separate like this. So, pretty interesting approaches, I guess, as far as these different types of car builds. Okay, so we need a new one of those. That's on the list. Get that applied. Cool. Alright, so that should be all good to go now. How we doing? So we're 92%. That last bit is going to be license plates. Yep. And we can put some standard plates on this, I guess. We'll probably end up keeping this one, so I guess I just put standard plates on this one. I'm going to put some standard plates on this one. Let's go to the plate shop. Couple of standard dealer plates. So some of them I do like to put my home state on there, I guess, but standard plates are fine too. Alright, let's go ahead and put those on. Nice. So this one was originally, I think it just had standard plates on it. Oh, it only needs one. Hold on. So are we 100%? 96. So is one go on the front too? Nope. So what are we missing yet? Guess we only need one on this one, this drag version. Parts wise, this is all interior. What else are we missing yet? So we got all the 3 car parts, one of which is the fuel cell. This one is the chrome around the windows, and then we got those bolts that go on the bed. So that's all accounted for. So what is not getting this to 100%? Hold on a minute. So we're currently at 6. Interesting. So I don't know if this gets a... This one's got the chrome bumper on it. This one's the painted bumper. That's obviously a tuned part. Yeah, a little mini one is the C, right? Riding it back home last night made me realize how good it sounds. So was it pretty chilly out? I guess as far as... Let me go ahead and... I'm trying to figure out why this is not getting to 100% on the body. What did we miss here? Did I put a normal mode? This is at... That's 100%, okay. There's got to be something that's green that I overlooked. Something I overlooked here. Okay, so I'm just going to go back through these. I don't see anything that's green, but not 100% on the body. Suspension. This is all interior. I'm not worried about that for right now. Air scoop, that's on the engine. Flywheel. I guess we'll come across this, so I'll keep an eye on that. Not really sure what we're missing there. I think it'll come to us. Anyway, so for now, I don't need this license plate. I sell that one. Sell that one too. So there was 2 on there, I think. No, that was the one that was on there in the back. Okay, never mind. But it's fine. So yeah, I don't know why this is not 100%. Are we missing like a side skirt or something? Gotta be something like that. I'm sure we'll come across it working on the other parts. Let's do some interior. Let's do some interior. So let's do a disassemble on this one. It was 23 when you brought... Oh, God. That's too cold. That's too cold. I mean, I kind of get it. I guess as far as you kind of missed riding on it, but yeah, that's too cold. Got it. Hopefully you dressed warm. So let's do normal mode. Let's do a reassemble. Reassemble. Let's get some new seats and a steering wheel. Get that all fixed up here in the interior. Well, the interior shop, I guess, as far as to get those. So we need 2 new seats and steering wheel. So I wonder, is this interior redone? I guess as far as that's got a different... Hold on a minute. Making some comparisons. Yeah, so they redid the transmission tunnel on that one. That's pretty neat. This one's a little bit more lower to the floor. Yeah, and then this one's up higher. Check that out. That's slick. I like that. Kind of got like a plain material on it. I don't know if it's supposed to be like aluminum. Maybe aluminium. Could be. Alright. Alright, so interior should be good to go. Nice. So other than this, then we just got the other parts to worry about. So we already know it does run. She does run. Turned out pretty good. She cleaned up nice. Kind of digging it. So other than the fact that I think I'm going to go get back into the editor, and we need to fix that drive shaft. Need to fix up this drive shaft. Because when we adjusted this suspension in the back, as far as the height of it, after redoing the front, it kind of misaligned our drive shaft. So need to fix that in the editor. What we'll do is we're going to go ahead and save this progress up, and let's head into the editor real quick. Fix that up. Okay, so let's go back to here. Alright, we need a little bit of editor music here to do that. Let's see, you had it stored in my cousin's garage, which is only a couple miles from my house, but about 5 minutes it was shivering. Yeah, I can bet. Yeah, anytime it's below freezing, yeah. It might feel good, I guess, as far as initially starting out, but yeah, it doesn't last for too long. Let's head in here to the editor. Let's get some editor music. Alright, so we already got this already loaded up. We did this here last week for that drag one, and that's the one we want to mess with, is the drag one. So if we go like this, turn the body off, you can see that drive shaft doesn't line up now. So what we got to do, get that realigned here from the rear end. No problem. So let's do this. So it was relatively pretty straight originally. We're going to have to pitch it here a little bit. This might get a little tricky, but I think it's possible. Go to the drive shaft. So right now, I can never remember which axis we gotta adjust here. So it might be this one here on the Z. Let's put this to a 2. Okay, that's on that end. Okay, so put this back. 0.9. So the way this thing is pivoted, go like this. Yeah, so it's on this end, it's going to pivot. So this end's going to change when we change the radius there. So we got to bring this one down, then we'll have to pivot this end. Well, it'll actually pivot here, but we got to get this lined up. So just bring that down, like so. Now these changes will apply once we save this and go back into the game. At least they should. That's what we're going to confirm. We'll confirm it. So something like that. Beautiful. And then we gotta pitch this in. And this one should be... Yep, so we gotta pitch this end up. Try a 4. Oh, that's a little too high. So let's try 3.5. Something like that. Pretty close right there. Well, yeah, this end shouldn't move because we got the pivots on that end. Yep, that should be good. I think that'll work. I'm just trying to look and see the spacing between here and on the bottom. Whoop, too far. I can go up a little bit. So let's do right 3.7. Something like that. That looks good. I'm looking at the spacing between here and at the top. Just pretty much all the way around. Nice. Okay, that'll work. We had to pitch it just a little bit on that. Now we got that lined up. Cool deal. Now all we got to do is save that. Boop. Cool. Put the body back on. Out of that. Yeah, it's got a really nice pitch on that. I guess as far as I like that rake, I guess as far as in the front. Especially since I don't have winter gloves. They're like dirt bike mesh style. Yeah, you got to dress warmer. I think I already pointed that out. Definitely got to dress for the occasion. All right, let's save that again just to make sure, and let's go back to the menu. Let's go check it out in the game. Just that simple. Okay, let's forget that part. Alrighty then. Working and lurking. Oh, Woody came in. I'm sorry I missed that, Woody. You're working and lurking. I appreciate the working and lurking. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're having some fun with this drag C10 Stepside. So let's load up our save. I guess just a moment. Now we should be able to see that change that we just applied in the editor. I guess as far as our truck on the lift, should not have affected it any. Well, other than that. Okay, why is that? Oh, I gotta restart that again. There it goes. There we go. What is that emote? Oh, it was rain. That's funny. Got the poor kitty getting all wet. All right, let's see if that did actually apply that in here. Look at that. She's all lined up. Beautiful. Alright, so now with this up in the air, I guess as far as we can work on... We'll pull the engine out, get it dismantled so we can clean that up. We don't run, so we just want to get it refurbished. Yeah. Just take that drive shaft off. Now that we got her all nice and realigned. It's pretty cool though how they had it pretty well straight, I guess as far as straight in. We don't get a lot of drive shafts, I guess as far as... What? Am I missing a bolt? Yeah. Where am I missing a bolt? Oh, right there, it's rusty. It's kind of blending in there, kind of camouflaged. Nice. Alright. Getting into the nitty gritty of it now. We're gonna get this thing fixed up here. Okay, so that should be... Yep, that'll be enough to get that engine needed out of there. So we gotta drain the oil too while we got it up. Now we got a mix of some fresh oil and some nasty oil, so definitely gotta drain it. Yeah, it's kind of like a... I don't know, it's got like a burnt mustard look to it, I don't know. Something like that. Alright, now let's get that engine pulled. Yeah, so amongst the things I've already pointed out, I think it would be kind of cool that this wasn't here. Or even either not there at all or just patched off. Because you got the fill cell, I guess, as far as it's right there. So there's definitely some tweaks that could be done on this one, I guess, as far as to make it a little bit more authentic for a drag truck. I do like the fact that they left out, I guess, as far as all the interior guts in the engine bay, just to kind of reduce weight. So you don't have all the fender wells, I guess, as far as like you do in the street. So that's definitely attention to detail. Alright, let's get our crane over here and pull that out of there. Got me, Tab. Don't drop the car. Yeah, we're going to try Mr. Blushy. And we've been, Mr. Blushy's got that goal they're going in there, American Trucks Sim, I guess, for trying to get the miles in for, they got a bet going on. I guess as far as whoever doesn't get the miles, something about gotta buy the next DLC. Is that right? Refresh our memory there, Mr. Blushy. Give a shout out there for Mr. Blushy. I guess as far as doing some virtual trucking. If you haven't followed Mr. Blushy yet, I guess as far as go over there and change that. Right, meow. Let's see, let's do this. Should be able to get a clip out of this one. See if my clips are working. Alright, let's get this thing pulled. She's out of there. Nice. Let's get this over to the engine stand and we'll get this fixed. Uh-oh, this doesn't look good. What's this clip all about?
I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to... I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's a shame I've... You know the song, right? Damn Yankees, right? Alright, let's get this engine on the stand. Now, I think I have one of these built. If I remember right. I think we pulled that out. Let's double check here. Oh, it's happening next month. I got you. So it's not happening right now, but it will be. Okay, so let me go this route. Do I have a supercharged? Oh, I don't. Okay, never mind. Take that back. So I do have some of these other old school V8s, but not the supercharged. Okay, that's confirmed. So yeah, we'll fix this one up. It deserves it. All right, let's break this one down. Break it down. Do. It just needs a little cleaning up. That's all. Now, we saw on this one here that we get 498 horsepower, which is pretty standard on this engine for the old school. But the LS Supercharged gets like over 700, so yeah. And that's pretty well the standard horsepower that we get off of that one. So nothing really crazy done with the torque mod on that either truck. So not that we couldn't tweak it if we wanted to, but I think it's pretty good as is. You'll be competing for 200K and loser buys the next. Right, I do remember you mentioning that. I guess what I missed was whether or not it's already in play, already happening, or if it's going to be next month. I got you. So I don't know if that would be considered. Now, when you say loser buys it, so you got to buy the DLC for the loser buys it for the winner. Is that right? Is that how that works? Yeah, I assume that's probably what it's meant by that, as far as loser buys it for the winner. So I don't feel like that's much of a how would you say it? That's not. Yeah, so like just to buy the DLC, I guess, as far as for yourself, it's like, well, you got to buy the DLC now because you lost. It's like, but you know, for yourself anyway, right? That's not much of a punishment. You don't plan on losing. That's what makes the competition pretty good, right? You gotta get yourself psyched up, I guess, as far as to, it's like, yeah, I ain't losing. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good competition to have. 200K. So is that for the whole month of next month? I mean, I've seen you like to take a lot of the long trips. You were doing that, what was it? 6,000 mile trip, I guess, as far as from Florida to Alaska. That's nuts. It's not gonna be that hard to get the 200K in a month away. After taking all those types of trips. Oh, got a rusty bolt on there now. Loser buys the winner the DLC, and will have to buy themselves the DLC as well. Oh, so you got to buy for both. Wow, that's a hit to the pocketbook. Yeah, so not only you got a loser got to buy for the winner, but the losers also got to buy it for themselves. Yeah, that's a hit to the pocketbook. I can see how that works. That's a pretty legit bet there. That's legit. Yeah. I like it. That's a good one. I guess at some point, you know, I've gotten myself used to, you know, how we do these speed runs. I guess as far as for the engine builds and the car builds. Kind of curious to know if anybody's ever tried to do that. You know, kind of challenge themselves and how fast you can build a car or an engine. So, from what I've come to find for myself, like these types of engines, these old school, they take to be about 15 minutes on average. 15 minutes, that, you know, with all the push rods. Some of the other ones that are a little bit more simplified, maybe a little bit less, you know, right around 12, 13 minutes. So that's been my personal best as far as speed running, I guess, as far as an engine build. But just kind of curious if anybody's ever done that themselves. Kind of adds a little bit more excitement, I guess, as far as the game, on top of just building the engines. You always make a mistake building engines. So what do you usually make a mistake on there, Woody? You know, is it any particular engine you make a mistake on? Like, one of the things I make a mistake on, especially like the LS3, no matter if it's supercharged or not, is to put the spark plugs in, because it's got the way it's got the ignition coils on the head itself. I always forget the darn and it doesn't have any wires, right? So the fact that it doesn't have any wires, I always forget the spark plugs on the on this one here. So that's going to be considered a mistake. So the way the spark plugs are on the LS, they're here and they don't have wires, so I always forget these right here. So that's usually a mistake I make on those. But usually these old school ones, I guess the more common thing that I tend to miss on these may be like oil filter or fuel filter, usually. If I miss anything at all, I can usually get these, you know, pretty well done, I guess, as far as to not miss anything or make a mistake. Then I set up a challenge for 2 friends in September, 265K for 100 gifted, 100 gifted, but they battling themselves. So if they both get 265, that's 200 subs. Oh wow, yeah, that's a tall order there. 200 subs. Damn. So that's for September. That's a pretty tall order. Damn. So you got to get, not only do they got to get the 265K in. So what is it that you're paying for there, Blushy, Mr. Blushy? If they get the 265 and 100 gifted subs each, what are you paying for? Or are you gonna buy them DLC? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's a part of it. That's a pretty tall, excuse me, tall order. So they could get the 265, but if they don't get the 100 subs, then it don't count, right? It's usually the foreign motors, because I'm not. See, and that's the thing, Woody. I'm not very, keen, I guess, as far as on the foreign engines either. And yeah, I've stumbled quite a bit on plenty of them. So I get you. I don't know which foreign engine I'm more. If I had to guess, I guess as far as right offhand, it would probably be the engines, the AMG engines. There's always something I miss in there. The way the timing of the parts are, and the way you get at the parts, like in the front end of the motor. Yeah, it's tough for me to figure them out. So I think, yeah, the AMG engines, maybe even the ones that are in the Aston Martins, the Vantage, and those like that. Maybe even the Mercedes. Yeah, those are pretty tricky. I have to agree. But they're pretty interesting engines. Just to witness the engineering that goes into them, that's what really trips me out. Just the engineering that's in those types of engines. Everything in those types of motors has a purpose, right? So no matter it be just the placement of the items on the engine itself, or just what's in it. You'll be giving them subs, so I'd be paying for that. Okay, so how many subs are you going to be paying for? But for the next month's challenge, that'll be the whole month, right? So starting in September, how long do they have, I guess, as far as to get the 100? So I think I kind of get what you mean by that. So there's going to be a combination of the 265K miles, but also the subs. So how much time frame is there involved with that? That's some pretty interesting goals for that. I'll have to admit, that's pretty solid. They have the whole month to get 265, so whole month of September then. Okay. That's I'm not gonna say it's impossible. I'm sure you've probably done the math on it. It's definitely not impossible. For the miles you and your buds tend to put in there, as far as you have no problem putting the miles in. It's but getting the subs, I don't know. That's a little bit tricky. 100 subs, that's a lot. That's quite a bit. But it'd be good for them, I guess, as far as in the long run. Get all kinds of financial support on that. That's a pretty good, pretty interesting goal. Lots of miles, so many miles. Yeah, if you haven't seen their Woody, I guess, as far as it's nothing for Mr. Blushy to put a good 6,000 miles in any one trip, right? We're talking one trip. Like I said, he gets as far as last. I don't know if he's still on that one or if he started another one, but he was doing a trip from Florida, like southern Florida, all the way to Alaska, like over 6,000 miles. It's nuts. A lot of straight driving, but you got a lot of elevation change too. What I noticed. You're finishing 6,200 at the way. I kind of figured that. So case in point. Case in point. All right, engine block is fixed up. Let's get these parts that we can fix up here on the bench. Yeah, it's nuts. They like to put the miles in, but they have fun doing it. That's the thing. It's not like it's, it's time consuming for sure, but they have fun doing it. And I guess that's what matters. As long as you're having fun doing it. Now I haven't seen this, I guess, as far as, but Mr. Blushy does have channel point redeems, I guess, as far as for changing what city they go to. So what I haven't seen though, I guess, as far as do you honor that redeem even when you're in the middle of a 6,200 mile trip? I haven't seen that, so maybe that is a thing. I'm not sure. Maybe you can explain. So if so, I guess as far as do you just divert from the 6,200 mile trip and just go to a certain city? Yeah. So we got a couple of redeems for trucking, I guess, as far as on our own channel. One of which is taking a special transport, particularly in ATS, I guess, because we don't have any special transport, I guess, as far as for ETS2 yet, and also doing a night load, because I don't like taking night loads if I can help it. I don't do very well driving at night. Some might tend to, say otherwise, but quite honestly, it puts me way out of my comfort zone driving at night. So no matter virtually or reality, yeah, I'm in a bad way there. So when someone redeems a city, I'll go to that city the next trip with the same cargo. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure how that worked. So yeah, I definitely appreciate the explanation. So for anybody that wants to go over there and challenge Mr. Blushy, so a challenge on top of a challenge. So I know I haven't stuck around. How long does it usually take to do a 6,200 mile trip? Probably more than one stream, right? I would have to imagine. 6,200 miles would probably take you. Yeah, how long does that take? I haven't done the math on that. That just seems like it would take like good 3-4 hours. Reality. Yeah, look at all these parts that are in good shape. Nice. Okay, let's get this back up on this stand. Put it back together. 4 to 5 hours. Yeah, that's about what I figured. I figured probably a good 3-4 hours. Yeah. But you tend to go longer than that usually. Like if somebody redeems, you finish up the 6,200 mile trip, and then you follow that right up with the city. Now, what if the city that is being requested, does it ever end up going longer than 6,200 miles? That's another thing I haven't seen. That'd just be so wild. So let's get some new pistons. Don't forget to put the rings on it. Don't forget those rings. Got to put the rings on these pistons. They won't play nice if you don't put the rings on it. Okay. They won't go in at all, actually. Because you got to go like that. It's a collaborative thing there, But I think I'm going to go relatively realistic on here. I'm going to do the bottom end after we get these pistons in here. That's the way it would go naturally. The game doesn't argue with you, I guess, as far as if you do it out of order, but I like to do it somewhat in the proper order. So even though it'll allow us to put the heads and all that stuff on next, I'm going to do bottom end. Get that all set in place. So we'll do our crank bearings first. And then we'll do our rod caps. And we'll button up the bottom end. So we missed that guy. This is the way you would do it in reality. So before you put any of the front end, top end, all that stuff, you got to get all this in place first. Otherwise, if you weren't to do this part, I guess as far as you do all your timing stuff, that's not all going to line up properly. It's going to get all out of whack. It's not a good time. You did it 8 hours last night? Damn, I must have missed that. I'm a horrible viewer. Totally missed that. We got to playing some with Farming Guy, I guess, as far as some Contractville. That game, holy smokes, that thing is super fun. We had a blast, I guess, as far as in that game. It's kind of like Construction Simulator meets, for me at least anyway, Builder Simulator. For some of you that have seen me play Builder Simulator, it's a cross between those two. Super fun. We had a lot of fun. We were building a 3-story house. At least farming, for helping Farming Guy out. We plastered walls. We put in windows. Painted. I had to get out, I guess, as far as after a while. I was like, that's one of those games you can get really lost in. And by lost, I mean just lost time. I mean, it's just like, next thing I noticed, like, as far as it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, it's like, I gotta go. I mean, as much as fun we were having, as far as like, yeah, sometimes you just gotta call it at some point. I need to tweak the graphics a bit. So I was having the problem with the game just crashing. I did get it sorted out. I got in there a couple times and it kept crashing on me. One of the errors that it was giving me was on a video memory. Now I got a 3060, 12 gigabyte 3060, so I know that's not an issue. So obviously we had to. I rolled back my drivers. I'm trying to think of everything that I did. So I ended up rolling back the drivers, and I can't remember what else I did. I had to turn the settings down from high. A lot of them that were set to high, I had to set them to medium, and I think that's where we got it to finally work and play nice. Now, beyond that, there was a couple of times when we were in Farming Guy's session that we got booted. I was in there with, I think it was Jay Booth. Yeah, both of us were in there helping Farming Guy. And there was at one point, both of us got booted from his session, so he had to restart his game, and then get a new session going. So it does have its issues, but it, they seem to be resolved. Pretty simple. Wasn't too hard to get it resolved. But game's not super expensive either. Even with all the DLC, I think for Farmer Guy ended up gifting it me, so I can't say for sure because he played in Aussie money. But I think I did the math on it. It came out to be probably around $15, I think, for the game with the DLC, which is not terrible. Pretty cool. It didn't look like OBS. What didn't look like OBS? Oh, on your end there, Woody? Yeah, so for me, I wasn't streaming it. It was just the game issue itself, right? I mean, need a new distributor. Yeah, it was just solely just a game issue. I'm not even sure. I wonder what it would be like. I might have to test that next to see how it responds streaming it. But yeah, I definitely would think that would be a different animal. So we needed some new push rods. Do our top end for our valve train. So we needed mechanics dozen of these. Alright, and then we'll have to get some rockers too. So for you, it didn't like OBS? Yeah. That's what was for you. Yeah, I didn't try streaming it, like I said, I guess as far as it was just, yeah, non-streaming it. And, yeah, just playing just the game. That's one thing I will say I like having with the 2 PC setup. I could reboot that PC and not interrupt, I guess, as far as being in Discord and all that. So that worked out pretty good last night. That's one thing I 100% enjoy having the 2 PC setup. I got someone at my door here. Give me a second. Okay, cool deal. And a neighbor needed some help with some packages, so I'm happy to oblige. I went in blind with the settings in game. So did I. When Farmer Guy gifted it to me, I guess as far as because you truly wanted me to get in there and have some fun with it because it is fun. When it was working, I guess as far as it was definitely fun. But he got it for me. I went in blind too. It's like I don't know. I guess as far as I don't know anything about this game, and we just troubleshooted it. So Yeah, for me at least anyway, like I said, as far as I had to turn a lot of the settings down, I'm going to try and play with those again, because I did roll back the drivers and all that. I did also find too, Woody, you would probably know, as far as it has the 2 options to launch through Steam. I had to go with the DXL launch, the DirectX 11 launch, because if I use the first option, it just crashes immediately, no matter what. So I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, the DirectX 11 launch, I guess, as far as seems to work best for me. So I don't know what you've tried and what else you've tried or what have you, but I know that's I'm just relaying the information what helped for me. So rolling back to drivers, I think currently the drivers that are out there for NVIDIA, at least anyway, is like 590 something. So I had to go back like to 589, and that seemed to work for that game. And I have not tried my other games yet to see if it's affected those. But I still need to do that yet. Now I'm playing this game, obviously, and it doesn't seem to have affected it, so I think we're good. So I think I might have answered that question already. So being on a rollback driver doesn't seem to affect this game, at least anyway. That's probably good. I probably need to do the same. Had to do that with Fortnite too. Oh, good old fork knife. Yeah, so I took a look at the recommended specs for Contractville, and it does actually have, I think it's a 3050 RTX NVIDIA is the recommended. Now I have the 3060 12 gig. So sometimes those games that we have on Steam, that if you're recommended, if you have the recommended video card, a lot of times you'll have issues like this. So it's not uncommon. And I don't really feel the game really requires, I guess, as far as that much video. I mean, you know, I think it's just a lot of things that have to render in. I think that's part of its issue. There's just so much detail in that game. As far as the different animations and such. The different functions you can do and whatever. I think it's just, that all has to load in. That's all through video, you know, through graphics. So I guess I kind of get it from the technical standpoint as to why it might do that, but how to remedy it, that's the issue. Because every PC is going to be different. Every PC is going to be different. Now, as we know, for example, Farming Guy's got a pretty beefy system. He's got a 4070, you know, and all that. As far as, so he doesn't have any issues at all, hardly. But it's not impossible, I guess, as far as to be able to play on a one that doesn't have as beefy of a system. Okay, so we get a new distributor for that. So our rotor and that should have already been refurbished. That's good. Good, good, good. All right, clips. Don't forget those. She'll yell at us if we get these clips. This one's like really pinched in there, isn't it? 6238 run done. Time for 40. Oh my God, Blushy, Mr. Blushy doing some hellacious miles. You have a 3070. You got a little bit better than mine. Now, with that being said, I guess as far as there's really not that much difference between the 3070 and 3060, other than the model. Very minimal difference there, but still solid cards. I've had this one now for probably a good 4 years. And up until now, at least anyway, that's the only game I've had a problem with. And so I don't think it's an issue with the card itself, or just, you know, the integrity of that. It's the game. It does have some bugginess to it, but it's still fun. You can't take away from the fact that it's still a fun game when it does work right. Yeah, those. I'm actually considering to get another 3060. The same as I got on my gaming PC for my work PC, because I'm starting to get into some other programs like Unreal Engine, as far as game development, and you got to have some pretty decent graphics for that. And what I noticed with the Contractville, it does use Unreal Engine to it. I don't know what version of it. I haven't looked into that, but it comes up on there that it does use Unreal Engine. So I wonder if it's the latest Unreal Engine. Because the other thing I did notice, this Contractville came out in May of last year, May of 25. So it's still fairly new. So I'm assuming it's probably using Unreal 6. And there's a lot of systems that are a little bit, you know, they're a little bit behind, I guess, as far as on the capacity, I guess, as far as to be able to run Unreal games that are using Unreal 6. So that's something else I want to really learn a little bit more about how those different game engines like Unreal operate. You know, what's going on with them internally. So I've learned quite a bit with this game with using a relatively old version of Unity. This one's using the 2019, which is pretty old at this point, considering in you know, technological terms. Pretty old engine, but it's still pretty solid. Still pretty solid. I think this game would be amazing if it used the latest Unreal Engine. This game would be freaking amazing. You know, from what we've seen already with this older Unity engine, I think having this in Unreal Engine is like, that'd be phenomenal. Phenomenal. Alright, we got the front end done. Let's get that fan back on. Ooh, snowball. Jono still trying to get that snowball fight going. We got a raffle going on there too. Oh, Jackdaw got that. GG's there on the raffle. Jackdaw. And I'll get in on this snowball action. Hell yeah. We got a little bit of snow on the ground in reality. This is the virtual sense, of course, but yeah. Get that oil filter on there. That's one part I sometimes forget. We're gonna need some new air filters. Yep. Get 2 new ones of those for a bird catcher. Alright, so the bird catcher's probably not. You have to get a new one. Oh, that slipped a little bit. Excuse me. Got a little stinky. Sorry about that. That one slipped. That's what we got the spray for, right? So for anybody that is, whoa, what's going on here? I know I can't do that. For any of you that are sub to the channel, we got the spray, I guess, as far as to take the stink away. What do I need here? So I need one new bird catcher, as we like to call it. So we got our top end. Oh, gotta get the back end in here. Let's get our new flywheel. Yeah, it was not quite as fly. Let's get him one that's a little bit more fly. We want it to be a little bit more fly. Alright, so probably only need a pressure plate and a bearing replaced. Yeah, so getting back, so like with the trucking, most of you have come to know, I guess, as far as I like my short hauls. I definitely like my short hauls. I just can't sit for that long. You know, the better part of 4 hours on one trip, yeah, that's a long time. I got mad respect, I guess, as far as for those that can handle that. Mad respect. So I need 8 new sparkulators. And we're going to need some new wires, of course, go along with these sparkulators. Alright, there's our new wires. Put that on the list. Already in the right store. That's good to go. Sweet. Alright, I think our engine build is redone. That's official. Top end, back end, front end, all that stuff. Alright, cool. Now we got some work to do on the front end. Want to give it a nice new home. Put this engine into. So let's work on the front end here. Pretty old school chrome spoke wheels, I guess, as far as on this drag C10. Hell yeah. We'll get this all refurbished, replaced as needed. Yeah, so we did end up putting a different suspension on this one. It originally had the McPherson strut, which is really too tall. It looked very disproportionate. So we went with the double wishbone setup on this one here. It's better. It looks better. It's not perfect by any means, don't get me wrong, but it's much better than the McPherson strut setup. Definitely. Okay, so let's get the tie rods out. Cool. Most of these parts should be repairable. Yeah, so just getting in, you know, the engines wise, I guess as far as my most favorite all-time engines to either rebuild or build entirely are the old school V8s. The old school V8s are always going to be my favorite. Next best favorite will probably be the LS's, which is in that truck. Supercharged or non. But particularly supercharged because, you know, supercharged. Oh! Yeah. Make sure you do that outside, Jono. It gets a little bit smoky in here. I might have to turn the fans on. Might have to turn the fans on for that. Trying to smoke everybody out. Yeah, we're hoping to get this truck here smoking. So, obviously, with the engine build, we just refurbished it. We didn't do any performance parts to it. It's been a while since we actually did performance parts on the engine. I think the last one we did it to was the Death Rod, the Beetle, Death Rod Bug. Yeah, we put quite a bit of performance parts to that one. Used up some of our scrap points, I guess, as far as to fix that one up. So we're probably due, I guess, as far as to apply some significant performance parts to an engine. We'll see what we get at the base level for this one. See how we like it. Okay, get that subframe out of there. Sweet. Alright, let's get this over to the bench and get it fixed up. So we got some rotors here to machine. Nice. Get those going. We like to multitask around here. Quite a few parts that we can fix up here. So with the double wishbone and the subframe setup here, we're going to need 12 rubber bushings. Just taking a mental note. So many parts we can repair. It's nice. Gotta love it when you don't have to buy new parts. So I didn't see anything that was red. Taking that parts off there. We gotta dismantle our front shock assemblies. See how those are. Alright, got that done. Let's get this other rotor. And we'll take apart our front shock assemblies. See how we got that. What's going on with these? Take them apart. I think these are in pretty good shape, actually. We're gonna get them all refurbished, though. There's Farmer Guy. Speaking of which, ears were probably ringing over there, right? Yeah, well, we were just talking about that Farmer Guy as far as the fun we had, I guess, as far as in Contractville. But the issues we had with it, too, I guess, as far as just trying to get it to not crash and whatever. I'm glad we got that somewhat figured out. We got a lot done. So, did you get that roof figured out there, Farmer Guy? You know, that was one of the last things you were working on before I had to bounce. Okay, so nothing here. So we are going to need to get some new parts for our front shock assemblies. Where are those at? So we need springs. Where's the shocks themselves? You know what, let's go this way. We need those, these, and our caps. There we go. Get some new ones. So 2 new front springs. 2 new shocks. Shocking, I know. And then 2 caps. Good deal. Let's get those put together. You refixed it. Yeah, I did see that part where you did refix it. It looked a lot better. So instead of going all the way across there, you had that little bit of a void, I guess, as far as in the front. So I did see that part, but I just wondered if you got it all done. Yeah, it definitely looked better having the 2 separate peaks, I guess, as far as onto it. Now she wants a garage and a gazebo as well, and we still haven't done the front. Oh my god, this lady, this lady. All right, so we got those done. So we gonna need that 12 rubber bushings. Let's get those. Yep, let's get those. So we need a decent dozen of those. Alright. Did I get that off there already? Yep, I did. Alright, so we're gonna need some brake pads and all the particulars. So we need 2 brake pads. This is all for the front. We're gonna need tie rod stuff. Let's get all the tie rod stuff. And I know we're gonna need sway bar and end links and all that good stuff. We'll get that. Okay, so we got the majority of this stuff here to get this front end back together. Let's get her done. You need to go to work now, sir? Yeah, don't work too hard. Understandable. You gotta get to work. I know you had some calls. You took some calls in last night, I guess, as far as while we were virtually working on the house. Yeah. Yep. So I know you got some jobs lined up there. Yeah, that was super fun. I'm looking kind of forward to do that again. Yeah, I am gonna play around with that a little bit more offline, I guess, as far as to see if we can boost up, I guess, as far as the graphics level. And not that it was terrible on medium, but just to kind of understand what's going on with it. Where can we kind of see where the threshold is on that a little bit. So we got lower. Yeah, let's just focus on this side. We got our freshly machined rotors. I forgot wheel bearings. I just realized that. Let's get some new wheel bearings and caps for the front. New wheel bearings. Oh, snowball fight. Who's doing that? Jono's still trying to get that going. Nobody wants to get on that. I'll get on that. I'll get on that action. So I appreciate the work and lurk there, farmer guy. Okay, so... Okay, I need the caps, too. Let's get these caps. So we got the wheel bearings. Let's get those. Alright, cool deal. Slap these in. Packet full of grease, cap it off. So calipers all refurbished. Cool. So it's ready for tire, but we got all this other stuff to put on first. I like to do this stuff in proper order. Okay, so we'll put our shock assembly in. That's all refurbished. Need our sway bar and end link. So one new sway bar. And let's get that in first and we'll get the end links. Tying all that steering. So there's our end links. We need 2 of these. Need 1 for each side. Not enough of these to know. Pretty common setups. Okay, so that should do it for this side. That's ready for tire. We're going to pull those tires apart. Fix up the rims. Put some new rubber on it. All that good stuff. Like getting these all to 100%. It deserves it. So pack that one full of grease. Cap it off. I would like to see that mechanic kind of added in too, I guess, as far as to do grease. You know, doing like the Zerks, you know, as far as the grease fittings. That would be kind of a neat deal in here too. So to be able to lube, I guess, as far as all the different joints, that would require Zerks, as they call it in the industry. Grease gun. That'd be a nice addition to the game, I think, as far as the grease, the different points. So like ball joints, things like that. I think that would be super cool. So put this end link in. There's a lot of things like that I would like to see implemented into the next rendition. Yeah, Farmer Guy said he had to head off to work, so he's probably working and lurking at this point. We appreciate him stopping in there, and he's definitely a good boss to work for. I'll give it that too. He's bossy when he needs to be, but I think he's fair. Haven't Definitely allows you to enjoy what you're doing. Alright, we're gonna pull these tires apart. Fix these rims up. Gotta keep them separated. So yeah, the fact that the lady that you're building that 3-story house for, she wants a swimming pool, a garage, and a gazebo. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, because you bought the swimming pool. Okay, I missed that part. So you probably shouldn't have done that. You just created more work. Probably created more work for yourself. I don't know, maybe that's a good thing. You're giving her, she's giving you some business. So amongst the other things we were able to do to get the monies that we needed to build that 3-story house that farmer guy was doing, I guess as far as we did like some demolish jobs. Pretty interesting the way that's done. I like the way that that's done. Very realistic. I mean, for a virtual game, a virtual simulator, pretty realistic. Okay, so those are done. We're gonna get some new rubber to put on these refurbished rims. So let's check our tires. We need, pretty narrow ones in there. 185, 185, 65, 17. So they got to be 17 inch. Get that on there. Let's go to the tire shop. 185, 65, 17. So 17 inch, gotta be to fit those rims. Need 2 of them for the front, 185 wide. And 65 on the sidewall. Ta-da! Couple of new ones of those, and we'll put those, slap those on our refurbished rims. Yeah, so as most drag cars as we know it, I guess as far as you don't need very big tires, I guess as far as in the front, because that's all you need to use that to just keep it, just to steer it. That's all you need it for. And plus, don't let it on the ground. You can't just drag drag the front end, I guess as far as with the rear end. So that's kind of silly. They don't need very much in the front end. So most drag vehicles are going to have just the bare minimum. But also probably keep weight down. Keep the weight down in the front too. So it's low drag, right? Low drag on it then. There's one tire. Okay, and we can get those on the front end. So that'll complete our front end. Be able to plop this engine back in. So it's not that we can't put the engine back in there prior to fixing up the front end. I just like to do it that way as far as the order. I can't see putting a refurbished engine back into just a cruddy subframe. I like to fix up the front end. Just for anybody that's wondering. That's just the order I like to take. So yeah, the fact that we've got the fender wells out of this, just to kind of remove weight. You don't need that. You don't really need fender wells in there as far as being drag. They did pretty much the same thing on that drag GTO too. That's pretty legit. I want to do more with our drag version of our Camaro. It's the same way. Just to kind of put the bare minimum in the engine bay. Just to make a light front end. So we're well on our way, I guess, as far as to get that. So that would definitely recreate another body. So right now we've got 2 different bodies. We got one right now, I guess, as far as that has. This is our Z28. So our standard doesn't have the spoiler on it. That's a separate body. So we got the one with and without the spoiler. So we'd have to create a different body like this. So it'd be a third body that removes, like, say, the fender wells. Now we don't have to do that, but from what we've seen and what's common with drag cars, you usually don't have a fender well in the engine bay. So it's just hollow. So it's not only for just travel of the front end, removes weight, unnecessary weight, all kinds of legitimate things. So tires are on. That's all good. And let's get her back down. Let's put this engine in. Slap her in. She cleaned up pretty nice. She cleaned up pretty darn nice. Let's get this engine off the stand. Crane back over. There she is, 100% green build. We can go all the way down the list just to make sure everything is 100%. We didn't miss anything. That out of the way. She's in there. Let's button up the bottom end. So I've pointed this out before too. So the way the collider, and you don't see that, but the only way you can see the collider on this truck, see how much it's off the lift, or these lift points. That collider for this truck needs to be adjusted, just due to that. So it definitely works to the fact. Now we haven't taken this to like the test track, which we can probably do that, just to see if that collider is actually working the way it's supposed to. This is something that I've had to tinker with myself on our Gen 2, making that as snug to the overall construct of the car itself. That way you don't have this happening, as far as that invisible gap there. So that's definitely something that'll happen, I guess, as far as when you make your collider, the collidable property, or I guess as far as around the entirety of the vehicle, make it too big. If you make it too big, that's what happens. And that's just the common game. It's just the way the game works. So we got to get 2 new downpipes. It's not a flaw with it or anything. It's just you got to design those colliders properly. So we want to get 2 new downpipes. Go back to this store, and we'll probably do the rest of the exhaust as well. Get all brand new exhaust. We want to get all the base horsepower out of this engine, so that's going to be required. I'm gonna leave the drive shaft off. We got to work on the rear end yet. Alright, let's get the rest of this exhaust out. So no catalytic converters on it. Nope. It does have the middle mufflers though. So our it's got turbo resonators. Okay, let's get 2 new ones of those. 2 new turbo resonators. Okay, so 2 of those. 2 of these. There we go. Put all that brand new. We'll work on that rear end there next. Whoop, get it in there. Okay, leave that drive shaft out for now. Okay, let's get to the back end and let's get that torn apart. Get that all fixed up. Now, doing this rear end, the rear end, not fixing this up there, it's not going to take away from horsepower necessarily, but we already did the front end. It'd be kind of silly to leave this not fixed up, I guess. But yeah, a lot of this doesn't need to be redone, I guess, as far as in the effort, I guess, as far as to get all the horsepower out of the engine. So the main components that we have done enough of, as far as the exhaust, transmission, such like that. Now this one here, the way it seems to be designed, it does not require the game's version of a fuel cell or a pump. Which, quite honestly, the way I would have probably done it is, even though we got a custom fuel tank, the look of that, I would still require, I guess, as far as the fuel tank to put inside of that one. You could always scale that down as well as a pump, just so you had that mechanic, I guess, as far as part of the car still. Yeah, so I would probably have still included that as a part of that custom fuel tank that's in the bed. Yeah. Just some thoughts of the way I would have done it. And, it's not wrong, I guess, as far as to do it the way they did it. It's just a little bit different. That's all. Yeah. It's just kind of interesting, too, I guess, as far as to see how certain modders, I guess, as far as will set the car build up. How they set it up. I don't think there's any wrong way. It's just sometimes it can be done a little bit differently, just depending on the style of the modder. I do like the way this one's done for the most part. Overall, I think it's a very cool concept. Just some minor tweaks. I think the fact that we had the ability to redo this drag truck to kind of fix up the way they, especially on the front end, you know, the way the suspension and all that was. Still had room to do that. Kind of cool. Gives us some of that adjustability. Okay, so knuckles off. And the rear end. There we go. All that is repairable. Good deal. So we got some drums here we can machine. All of them are machinable. Good deal. Fix up the parts we can on the rear end. So it does have the leaf springs. So that means we'll need 4 new small rubber bushings. Let's take a mental note. So it looks like all the leaf spring parts, as far as the U-bolts and stuff, are repairable. And it's, oh! Okay, we didn't break it all the way. We're good. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Almost broke it though. So you do have the option here on the fail, I guess, as far as what it'll drop down to. So if it drops down below too far, it gets as far as it may be unrepairable. But we try not to break these parts if we can help it. Try not to. That's the operative word. Doesn't always work that way, but try not to press our luck too hard. Probably got the redeem for that. Yeah, this truck build's going pretty good so far. I'm curious to get it up on the dyno. Make sure we get all that base horsepower, which should be 498 on that supercharged old school overhead valve engine. Alright, so we got another drum here to machine. Alright. Yeah, that happens every once in a while, especially when we break the parts. So, yeah, did you find the slippery part there? Slippery spot there on the floor there, Woody? We try to maintain a safe work environment here, so try to. That's the operative word. But sometimes, you know, we slip. I don't feel like I spilled anything on the floor, so I don't feel like I can take the blame for that. So we need small rubber bushings. Yeah, so we need 4 of these. Go to the store and grab those. So we need 4 new ones of these for the leaf springs. Everything else was repairable. Awesome sauce. Alright, so drum. Okay, we're all done with the drums. So the shoes would have got repaired, so yeah, I think we're good. Let's get this rear end put back together. So one thing I've pointed out with the way this is designed, the way everything lines up with the frame. Oh, we need new shocks. Okay, let's get 2 new shocks. The one's in good shape, but we want them 100% green. 100% green. Yeah, hopefully if you didn't hurt yourself there, Woody. No, farmer guy didn't find that slippery spot. He had to get going. You know, he was in a hurry. The drive shaft can go back in there. Now we got the refurbished rear end back in there. Oop, gotta use my stretch. Gotta stretch. There we go. Leaf springs. Yep, we got our new rubber bushings for leaf springs. So, relatively legacy type of rear end on this. I don't think there's hardly any vehicles in this day and age, I guess, as far as it uses leaf springs. Hardly any. Maybe on the bigger trucks, but most of them tend to use that newer type of control arm, you know, like a trailing arm type of that instead of the leaves, the transversing leaf springs. This is really old school tech, I guess, as far as when it comes to any type of suspension. I mean, it still works, don't get me wrong, but I think there's a lot more flexibility in these trailing arm type of setups. Gives you a little bit more rigidity. So these leaf springs, if you put too much torque on them, for example, they tend to, they can break because they're only held together, I guess, as far as by these U-bolts onto the axle housing. So it's very easy. If you get that twisted and contorted too far, they'll snap. They will definitely snap. I've seen it. It's not pretty. So yeah, these newer type of suspensions that have it, you know, like the trailing arm kind of built into the the actual housing itself. Some of them, you know, if you got the independent suspension, you got the geared hubs, I guess, as far as on end, it's built into the geared hub. That type of thing, too. I've seen all kinds of crazy modern setups. I would like to see a lot of that implemented in the next rendition of this game. Definitely would like to see that. That'd be cool. I'm looking forward to it. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed, to say the least, if we didn't see that. Yeah, we're in 2026 now, officially, I guess, as far as, so definitely want to see that. Alright, so I think I got all the U-bolts and all that in, right? Sometimes I forget. Yep, I forgot this one. Get that strapped down here. We don't want it flopping around back here. Let's do that. Cool. I think we're good to go on our rear end. We just gotta tear these tires apart, polish up those rims, get some new meats on the back. Alright, let's get these apart. These will clean up nice, I think. I believe these will clean up really nice. Oh, no. I don't want to install. I want to separate. Got to keep them separated. Alright, let's get these rims polished up. And we'll put some new rubber on these. Let's polish up really nice. Okay, so what we need to do, 295, 55, these are 15 inchers in the back. Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. Why do I got two? Oh, I see. So they're they are 15 inchers in the back. So we got 17 inchers on the front diameter. We got 15-inch diameter on the rear. Interesting. A little bit thicker sidewall too. Actually, lesser sidewall. Interesting. Now, I didn't set this up here. This is original creator, so I just like to observe, I guess, as far as how they got that. So we already got the rims done. Let's get this on the list. 295, 55, 15. Let's go to the tire shop. Get those new tires. 295, 55, 15. 295 wide. Pretty thick meats. 55 on the sidewall. We need two of them. Good chunk of money, I guess, as far as for two new slicks for the rear. Alright, cool deal. Let's get these back on our refurbished rims. Ta-da! Now, we've had thicker. Definitely, this is not even the thickest. We've had the 355s, I guess, as far as on some of ours. This one together, we'll balance this one up. Okay, I just gotta balance that one up. And we're good to go for our rear end. Sweet. Alright, let's get this up on here and we'll check our status and see where we're at. What else we missed. If anything at all. Okay. Let's see how we did here. So we are 97% on parts, so we did miss something. Let's see what we missed here. We missed... Oh, we gotta do radiator stuff. Brake servo and all that too. Okay, so that's all in the engine bay. Alright, let's get this down and get that fixed, straightened up. We'll get that all straightened up. I think at this point we could probably get it all the way on the ground. So we need to drain out the servo. We don't want the mess on the floor. We already had Woody slipped on the floor, I guess, as far, so we don't want that. Is the drag version a mod or is this the actual thing? This one's a mod here, Chase. Welcome in there. This truck here that we're currently working on is a mod that's available on the Steam Workshop. We did have to do some editing to it, I guess, as far as to... yeah, we did some mild changes to it, so it did have a different type of suspension on it. It had a McPherson strut on it, which just didn't look right. Didn't have the proper support on it, so we put the double wishbone. We did adjust the radiator because it had the one where the fans on the front. It just didn't look right. So yeah, but yeah, overall it is a mod. Now this is not one that I created myself. Like I said, it is available on the Steam Workshop if you're on PC. Pretty cool truck. So we got this drag version, we got a street version, which is this one. We got these out for comparison. This is the street version. It's got a little bit lower stance, I guess, as far as on this one's got the raked front end for that one. And then we also have a stock one. So we have parked out here. So just different trims, I guess, as far as of that truck. Pretty solid concept to it. Yeah. Appreciate that follow there, Chase. Welcome on it again, once again. So how much was it? So depending on which trim, just to give you an idea here, this one costed us, most all these we got at the auction. Most all these we do buy them at the auction. So this one we got it for, we're in the hole on this one yet. Need to fix that one up there. So $71,000 for this one. And again, keeping in mind this was from the salvage auction. So you can find these two at the junkyard. So we did find this drag. No, all these are officially at the auction. Yep. So the street version, I'll show you that one. So the street version, this one was 43. Most of these two, I should probably add that they were either 2 or 3 star from the auction starting. So this one's 43. This one here, I believe, was a 5 star from the auction. This is probably why this one's a little bit more expensive. So yeah, this one here was originally a 5 star from the auction. Yep. So we played a pretty good chunk for that one. And then the drag, we just got this one today. Show the status of that one. This one we got for 33. It was a 2 star at the auction. We fixed it up nicely. And so yeah, to give you a rough idea of how much these are costing. The mod pricing, what do you mean? There is no, these are free. Those are expenses for salvage. Yeah, so yeah, salvage, you know, that's why I had to point that out. So you can obviously get them cheaper from the junkyard or even a barn. A lot of cases. I've had a lot of good luck, I guess, as far as at the salvage auctions, so that's why I take that approach. You know, but to each their own as far as what method you like to use. This one here, even it being a 2 star, a lot of these engines being a 2 or 3 star at salvage auction, as long as you can get it for a decent price there. You know, like I try to keep it as much underestimated as possible. A lot of them run. I mean, it's just a matter of they just need to be refurbished. That's what we did on this one today. Yeah, so these are free. If that's what you mean as far as mod pricing, these are on the Steam Workshop. If you look up C10 Stepside, generic, any of those combinations there, you'll find it. They're on the Steam Workshop. I've been liking it. I've had to tweak on them, a couple of them, I guess, as far as, but pretty moddable truck. Yep. I like this one here because it does have the custom fuel cell. What I would have done if I would have designed this, I would have still made it a requirement, I guess, as far as to put the fuel tank, the game fuel tank, but I would have scaled it down so that it fit inside of this, because this is a car part, and that way it would still require a it would also still require a pump to go with that. That would the only thing, you know, amongst other things that I would change as far as the design of it, which we can actually do that on this one. That's some of the adjustability we have. We can have it be required for a fuel tank, you know, kind of encapsulated in this this body part, and we can make that a part of that. I might actually do that. We've modified this one, like I said, I guess as far as a little bit already. Yeah. So, did we get all the parts here? I don't think we did. Let's see what we got here. So, how we doing parts-wise? We are still 97%. Yeah, so we got to do radiator and all that stuff, too. I had debated whether or not to put coolant overflow on this, because you do have coolant that's in the radiator by default. So, part of me was thinking I would not do that. But let me see. Do I gotta drain this? Should have to drain this. Yep, so I don't have to drain this one. So, yeah, I'm still on the fence as to whether or not I want to put a overflow tank in this or not. So, our drag version of our Gen 2, we do have that, I think. Actually, we don't. We got the old school radiator, right? So, I make some comparisons with our own design. But this one I did design. This is my own design, I guess, as far as for Mama Gen 2. And we've got, at this point, 4 trims. So this is our Z28. We have a standard that doesn't have the spoiler. We have our SS, which is one I used to own. This was my influence, I guess, as far as to even do this car. And then our drag. This one, based on what we've seen on some of these other mod drag cars. Oh, the stupid ads. Yeah, so based on this one here, we don't have a lot of this toned down, I guess, as far as to be more drag. The only thing that gives it the drag look is the fact that it's supercharged and it has the big meats in the back. But I do want to be able to modify that one a little bit further. Yeah. We'll see when you get him come back there, Chase. Daggone, man. So, let me check my, must have been pre-rolls. Yeah, that was pre-rolls. Alright, cool. Should be over with now. Yeah. We've got it set really low on ads. We don't like to ad bomb, I guess, as far as the new folks coming in. So yeah, we still got some parts here we got to do. Let's fix these up over here on the bench. Yep. I gotta get that radiator out there too, I forgot. So yeah, that one doesn't require to drain it because it doesn't have the reservoir. So, yeah, we may put a reservoir in this one. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. A lot of really cool things we could do with it, though. It's really tight in there. Yep, let's get her fixed up. That is fixable. It is repairable. Welcome back here, Chase. Yeah, have you got any questions, I guess, as far as about, I don't know how new you are to the game. Yeah, if you got any questions... If I don't know it, there's somebody in there lurking that probably does. We got a lot of time in this game. So yeah, definitely feel free to ask. Okay, let's put our radiator and all that stuff back in here. We gotta charge that battery too. Alright. Okay, so that's back in. Let's charge the battery. That's gonna affect horsepower. Alright, let's get that on the charger. And let's see, what else do I got on there? Well, that'll be the battery, that radiator. Let's put the servo back in. Module pump back in. That's all refurbished. Trying to get all these other parts here to 100%. Let's put some fresh brake juice in there. We gotta get the fresh motor honey back into the engine. You've been playing for a while. Didn't know about the workshop mods. Are you into cars? Oh, I'm really into cars. Yes. Now, it's funny that I say that because I don't currently have a car. I've been relying on my own 2 feet, some pedal power, and public transportation. But one of my most favorite cars that I've owned is the Gen 2, I guess, as far as that. But so playing this game, it gives me a lot of appreciation, I guess, as far as for the other types of cars that are out there. We got a nice mix of things. We got Continengs out here, both the supercharged and turbo. Of course, we got to have a 57 drag. This is one of our own configs. I know there are some on the mod in the workshop, I guess, as far as like this one, but this one we created ourselves. That turned out pretty good. Now, we have come to find too, this one here, you can't put the supercharged in there. This hole in this hood, I guess, as far as it lines up pretty good. And I think it does have, if I remember right, the ability to put that supercharged one in there. Actually, this one don't. But there is one that we do have from the Steam Workshop, I guess, as far as that does have that supercharged engine in there. That's our own. Cool. So yeah, we've got a nice mix of all kinds of stuff. Probably my other all-time favorite, we did a some special streams, I guess, as far as creating the crappiest hot rod that we could do to have it still run. So that's why this one looks like it does. We had to make a true crusty hot rod. Just had to do it. Okay, so let's see where we're at on this one. We are 99%, so we're still missing some parts here. Let's check our list. See what we missed here yet. So battery, still got to put that in. So I think once we get the battery in there, so there are 2 license plates. But when I tried to put that on earlier, it wouldn't let me do it. So maybe I'll try it again. Take the battery off. I'll try that with the plate again. So it does show a front license plate on this deal. I'll have to check that out again. Alright, let's get the battery in. Whoa, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, battery's charged. And check our status now. 100% on parts, nice. So I haven't figured out, so I guess it's just going to be that license plate on the front. Let's see, let's check this again and see. I might just leave that off. I might make it so that it's not required on this config. I can go in the editor and actually adjust that. I think I might also do that too, I guess, as far as to require fuel tank in this custom one. We can scale that down, I think, enough, I guess, as far as to fit it in there. You gotta have a fuel pump, I guess, as far as the only way you can put the fuel pump in there is to have that fuel tank. So I think I might adjust that too. So between no front license plate required and that, I think that's gonna be another adjustment we'll make on this config. But just out of curiosity, I don't see the silhouette for the front plate, but if we look into our parts list, it clearly shows it needs a front license plate. That's why we're going to probably remain at 99% or 96% on the body, like that. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to save our progress, go into the editor, we're going to remove the necessity for the front license plate, wherever that might be, and also add in a fuel tank. We'll kind of encompass it in this so that we can also have the fuel pump. That'd be cool. Alright, let's go ahead and save this up. We'll go in the editor and check that out. Save it. Alright, and then let's go to the editor. Yep, we're good. Let's do it. This is one of the things I like about this game. Now, we don't do this all the time, I guess, as far as, but when we see adjustments that we can truly make, I guess, as far as in the editor, we definitely like to entertain it. Fun to entertain it. Okay, so we got our C10 Stepside already loaded up. We need the drag config. Okay, there's our drag config. Now, what I did with this one, just to kind of for clarity, I backed up the original config for this one up from the Steam Workshop, so we had that to fall back on. But this one's totally separate, I guess, as far as from that. This is our own config for that. Now, if it ever does update on the Steam Workshop, obviously we'd have to reapply whatever it is we wanted to have. So let me see here where it's got for front license plate. That should be on parts. Should have a spot in here for license plates. Let's see what we got here. I always forget which category it's in. I might have to go exterior. I think it's on this part. So license plate, license plate. So that's going to be the front and the back. Now, what's nice with this editor, this little magnifying glass. If you want to find the part, you show it listed here. You can actually highlight it, and it shows you where it's at. So that's the front one there. I'm going to remove that. We don't need it. So I'm just going to take this one out. I think it should let me. Usually there's going to be an X up there. Okay, we're going to just make it a dummy. I think a dummy will work. Which means when you set it to dummy, it just means it won't be required. Right? So sometimes you'll get parts or whatever where you can actually delete it out. In this case, you can just apply it as a dummy. So it'll still have this here, I guess, as far as, but since we don't have it on this here, this will make it a requirement to have one, which we previously had. If we just set this to dummy, it won't require one. So there we go. So that's good there. That's for our exterior. Now we want to also apply. Now this is what's kind of funky with this one here. If the part didn't originally exist, you know, so we're considering that the fact that we already have it bought back at the back in the game. When you add parts, I guess as far as to the car that wasn't previously in there, you get a freebie. So you basically get a free part. So if it wasn't originally in the configuration, it just gives you as a freebie. So this will include it in your brand new once we make the change in here. So we won't have to necessarily probably edit it in the garage. So what we'll do, go to our parts, and we need to add a fuel tank. So we're going to go ahead and go add, and it's going to put it right there. So we're going to apply fuel tank. Should be in the list here. Fuel tank right there. So we got two different options. I didn't realize we had all these. Fuel tank. See where she's at. Again, that magnifying glass helps a lot if I know where your part's at. So this one's this one. Okay, where are these other fuel tanks? I gotta check these out. So this fuel tank. Oh, okay. Okay, these are the side saddle ones. That's right. And there's tank B. Right. So the one we want is this old school one. This one's fine, and we can scale this one down to fit inside of this one here, so it'll require the pump too. Yeah, so we'll just get this down in here like this. How would I get a parachute on the back of the C10? Now, you would either have to create your own bonus part. That's involved with bonus parts, right? I think there is one done on the Steam Workshop that'll allow you to apply a generic parachute. That would be considered a bonus part. So it wouldn't actually function as a parachute, just so you know. But it gives you just the visual of it. So yeah, if it doesn't have, which it probably doesn't on this, we can check it on this one here. If it doesn't have a part for a bonus part on the back end, obviously you wouldn't be able to put it there. So you would have to apply a bonus part position on the back end to put that part on there. But if I remember right, I think there is. Oh yeah, this we don't even have to scale it down. You can just bury it into this. Let's see here. Maybe I have to scale it down a little bit. Yep, maybe just a little bit. Now, keeping in mind too, I guess as far as when you scale down, it's going to be a uniform scale. You can't scale in just one direction, so I just want to be able to have this in here so that it does require the pump too. So let's scale this down just a little bit. So it's kind of poking out on the sides here. I don't want that. So let's go down to say 0.9. 0.85. Yeah, just so it's not poking out the sides there. That'll work. That'll work. Cool. Right. So we got our fuel tank in there with our pump. And that's all we need to do. So two things that we did on this one, I guess, as far as to remove the necessity for the front license plate and add that fuel tank with the pump. That's all you gotta do. So from here, all you gotta do is save it. And we'll be able to see our changes in the game. So let's get out of parts. And let's go to the main menu and check it out. Now, like I said, it's probably going to apply this, I guess, as far as a freebie to the truck. But we should be able to see it there once we get back to the garage. Okay. Oh, one thing I forgot to find out. So I'm assuming that one didn't have that bonus part position. I did forget to show that. More than likely, it probably don't, but you will have to have, if you want to have that bonus part, I guess as far as into that position, you would have to probably apply it, which is not hard. Not hard at all. So let's load up our save game, and let's ensure we got this changes applied to our truck. Gotta go to work, but I'll join later if you're still alive. Yeah, we're usually on, I guess, as far as like 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, no problem with the pointers. Glad to have you back if you once you do return. Alrighty then. Definitely appreciate you stopping in. Alright, so we're gonna see if these changes actually applied to us. Well, let's see how we did. So what it should have. So this is the thing I was kind of worried about. Will it actually allow us? Oh, I went in the wrong mode. Hold on. Can we get to it? Yep, it does let us get to it. And it's got the question mark under, so I'm going to pull them out just to put them back in, just to make sure that they are 100%. So this is just by design. So irregardless of where you put your fuel tank, if it's under the car, in the front end or whatever, it's always going to require the lift. That's just the way that part is designed. So it doesn't matter. You could put that on the roof. It would still require you to put it on the lift to take it out. So that seems to be working the way it should. Oh, another raffle. Grab that while it's out there, folks. Okay, let's see. So we can get this from bottom end here. There we go. Yep, and it is 100%. So we'll just go ahead and put it right back in. So that was going to show, like I was saying, when you put a brand new part in the editor that wasn't previously in there, it's just going to give it to you free. That's just the way that's going to do that. So that's definitely working the way it's expected. Alright, now let's take a look and see how our status is on this truck. You should be 100% on all parts now. Did it right. There we go. So it's 100% all the way around. So because we removed that necessity for the front end plate on this drag version, we were previously at like 96%. That's 100 now. And our parts are 100% still. I didn't want to see that change. So yeah, we're all good. And if we go into the parts list, we can actually see the fuel tank and pump as well. We should know. So if we go to our parts list, we should see fuel tank. All the way to this front end or clamshell. So that, yeah, just the one plate is all it's requiring now. We made that other one a dummy. Well, you call it a dummy. So fuel tank. Does it show it in here? I wish I would put these alphabetic. You could sort them. But it should show that in here. I just want to make sure it does. Rod caps, front tanks. Where is fuel tank? Rear muffler. Not really required, I guess, as far as to look for it, but just wanted to make sure. There's the fuel tank and fuel pump. So the fact that we added that post fact to this config, it is showing it in the list, and it is 100%. And we confirmed that by taking it out. So we didn't have the question mark on it. So yeah, this truck is now all 100%. Beautiful. Alright, let's get some motor honey into her. We'll get some coolant back in the radiator. So it doesn't have power steering. Doesn't have an overflow for the coolant. You could add those if we wanted to, for sure. Alright, let's make sure we got adequate motor honey into her. That looks good. Coolant. I don't even know. I don't think we can. Yeah, this one doesn't. I think I'm gonna probably put an overflow on this. I think we'll probably do it. We'll end up doing that. For now, I think this is good, but I think we should add a overflow. So we have coolant. And I think what I'll do is I'll tuck it like in the front here somewhere. Yep, somewhere in the core support. I think that'll work. So yeah, that was one thing I was on the fence whether or not we wanted to have that in there. So yeah, no power steering. Now this one I think does have the pump on there for power steering. So we may want to put a reservoir for that too. Because even on our own drag for this this supercharged OHV, I think we do have power steering pump right there. It just, to me, it just seems to make sense. If you got the pump, you got to have a reservoir. Got to have the reservoir if it does have the pump. Now we don't have the means, I guess, as far as to remove the pump off the engine itself, so all the more reason. So we'll probably add a little bit more to this, I think. Yeah. But it is 100%, at least for starters. Okay, so how are we doing on parts here? We got some parts here we can scrap off of this build of this drag C10. Some parts we can sell. Let's go scrap some stuff. Sell the other parts, and I think I'm going to go back into the editor one more time to add a coolant reservoir and a power steering pump. Yeah, onto that. I think that'll be good. Wait a minute. Where are all my... Hold on. So we can scrap that. Trying to build our scrap points back up. So a lot of these will probably just sell it. This is the approach I like to take. If it's orange or red, I guess as far as I just like to scrap it. If it's yellow, I'll sell it. Just my own approach. Oh, nobody wanted any free fluids. There'll be another one there next time. Stick around. There's all the parts we want to scrap. There wasn't too many. There's enough. Got a little bit of metal, plastic, everything, a little bit for everybody. Very satisfying. This kind of reminds me what I was talking about earlier. Getting into Contractville, I guess, as far as doing some demolish jobs. I don't know, there's just something satisfying about virtually, no matter if it's virtual or reality, just being able to smash things. Satisfying. It's even more satisfying when you take the items that you smashed up, I guess, as far as making something else out of it. Make it kind of repurpose it if you want. What's going on there, Jay Booth? What's happening? How long did you guys stay on? That farmer guy didn't get a chance. He had to go to work. How long did you guys stay on? Much longer. I got off at like 3 a.m. for me. We're having way too much fun in there. Yeah, morning for you. It's kind of early afternoon for us, yeah. 4:30 in the afternoon. I'll have to admit, I was a little bit groggy this morning. I got maybe 3 hours of sleep. Maybe. I'm a little bit wired. We're hopped up on caffeine right now. I try not to overdo it with the caffeine, because too much caffeine is not good for you. Not good for you. So when I say hopped up on caffeine, I guess at first I had probably a 6-pack worth of coffee, yeah. That might be a little too much. It might be a little bit overboard. But I don't do that on the regular either, so. 3 or 4 more hours after you. Oh my god. So did you get the house done? I know Farmer Guy did mention, I guess, as far as you guys put a swimming pool in, so now she wants a gazebo and a garage. It's like, wow. Kind of neat how that works, though, as far as, like, you know, you get more business from a previous customer. So the fact that you can keep adding on to existing order. I don't even think Construction Simulator does that. It's like you get what you get, and once you're done, it's done. So, pretty cool mechanic in that game, I guess, as far as with Contractville. So as I was talking about earlier, I guess as far as, glad I got some of the crashing of the game, I guess as far as somewhat figured out. I was able to stay in there for at least for that
Our
last.
next contestant is... Come on down! The
Dumpster Angel. How we doing there, Dumpster Angel? Come on down. Have a seat. I guess we're just chit-chatting. The house is done, other than the fact that she wants a garage and a gazebo. Right? What's going on there, Dumpster Angel? Welcome on in. First time chatter. Definitely appreciate that follow. Let's see. We need... Yeah, we're gonna sell the rest of this. Now we could scrap these for sure. Not wrong to do that, but the approach I like to take is if they're green but not 100% and or yellow, I sell it. If it's orange or red, I like to scrap it at this point. So let's go ahead and sell all the rest of these parts. Bloop. Neat. So our inventory is officially clear. So I'm going to go into the editor one more time with this thing. We're going to add in a coolant reservoir. What else did I say? And a power steering pump, or a reservoir. Yeah, for the fluid for the power steering pump. Yep. Definitely needs that. So let's save this progress once again. We'll go back into the editor. Okay. Do that, and then we want to go options, go to the main menu. Boop. Yep, we already saved it. We're good. Cool deal. So I just think it's neat, Jay Booth, I guess, as far as that on a previous order, that there's more jobs that you can do for it. Because I don't even think, like I said, I guess as far as a construction simulator does that, it's like you got what you got, you build it, and it's done. So it's, I mean, which is not terrible, but I think that adds a whole nother layer, I guess, as far as the building. Been going good here. How are you? We're doing really pretty good here, Dumpster Angel. We're just gonna head into the editor here real quick. Need some editor music, and we're gonna make yet another adjustment to our drag C10. There we go. And we want to put a power steering reservoir and a coolant reservoir. I didn't previously have one, so I'm just gonna explode it. That'll work. Let's be able to put these two items in. Now these will be two more parts. That'll be 100% once we load it back into the game. So I think I'm going to tuck the coolant reservoir over here somewhere. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Wait a minute. Where does it got the battery? I thought the battery is right there. Or is that underneath the... Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, the battery's under here. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even notice that till now. So the battery's actually tucked up underneath the... behind the firewall inside. That's pretty cool. That's yeah, that's cool. I like that. I didn't even notice that till now. Anyway, so let's turn this back on. We're gonna put we're gonna try and yeet this down the track once we get it done here, Racer Batman, for sure. Farmer Guy is going to do it all. So Farmer Guy is just gonna do all the gazebo and that. Good for him. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to getting back into that one. That's a fun. That was definitely fun. You know, once we got past all the game crashing. All right, so let's add some parts. We already did the fuel tank. That was our previous one. Let's add another part, and we're gonna do. Let's do this. So I think it's steering. Forgot what that was called. Power steering reservoir right there. Whoop. There we go. Now we just got to put that into position. I'm going to go like this. Bring her down. Put this into position. We're going to put it on the side where the power steering pump actually is. I mean, you don't have to, but to me, that just makes sense. Just have the hose going into the pump. Now, we don't actually have the hose, but you got to kind of simulate, if you will. Okay, so something like, I might tuck it down a little bit more. Go like this. Something like this. So you got the inlet and outlet, I guess, as far as on the reservoir itself, face towards the pump. Yep. general rule of thumb for those. I just don't want it clipping into it at all. Tucked in well enough, I guess, as far as but not clipping into it. Oh god. Clicked on something else. Let's go back to here. Something like that. Okay, so just to make sure it's not clipping into anything else. I think that'll work. Cool. So there's that. Now we want to add in a coolant reservoir tank, which we'll tuck it in over in this corner. Let's do that. So we got to add another part. Boop. And we're going to make this one a coolant reservoir. Now we got several different variations. I want the smallest square one, a rectangle, however you want to look at it. So that should be coolant reservoir, downpipes. There we go. So we got a lot of different variations. I want the smallest square one. Which one's this? Nope, that's the round one. I don't want that one. Don't want that one. So we got this one. Nope. That one right there. That's the one I want. And we're going to tuck this over in this corner. Why do the headers clip through the frame? Jackdaw always going to pick out the obvious. Part of that has to do, we already explained that. Not everything's going to be perfect. I can say a lot from the McLaren too. The fact that the exhaust, you know, it's a nice car, right? The body of it is great. But the fact that none of the exhaust for the in-game engine lines up with the custom one, I could say a lot for that one too. I think it should be redesigned. I guess that's the same with this one. I don't deny the fact, I guess, as far as it needs to be redone, I guess, as far as so that it works, I guess, as far as with the in-game components. But that downside to doing that is these parts, I know there's got to be a way, because we've seen the mods, I guess, as far as that show, things lined up like perfectly. How they're doing that, I don't know. It has to do with being able to get these in-game parts out of the game so that you can model around it. That's the only way. But I haven't figured out how to do that. And I'm sure this person here hasn't either. And that's why you're going to get parts are going to clip. So what you design yourself are going to clip the in-game parts. So we kind of, I mean, if you can design your own car, I guess as far as then design it so that it doesn't do that. That's what I'm trying to do with my Gen 2. I don't want to have that type of thing happening. I would try and design it more so that it's not going to do that. So even with this one here, the way it's designed, I would make these frames, I guess, as far as come in a little bit closer, you know, further out this way, so that that wouldn't happen. And still leave room to put the suspension in there, right? So why do you pick on that in your American stuff? Well, why do you pick on it that way? I'm just making a point here. There's a lot can be said with other cars that have problems with it. It doesn't mean I like it any less. I can just appreciate it, you know, from the modeling standpoint, as far as the restrictions that we have, right? You know, some of these modders that are out there, they have the ability to model around the existing parts. And that's a piece of the puzzle I don't have yet. And this same modder, just as far as has this, but the concept to it, I guess, as far as that's what you got to be able to appreciate. The concept to it is phenomenal. I mean, the bodywork on this thing, I guess, as far as this, does it need tweaks? Absolutely. I think this much the same can be said for the McLaren and other cars like it that are non-American. I don't have any qualms, I guess, as far as with foreign cars. We've got plenty of faults, I guess, as far as with a lot of modded cars that are not of the import or foreign nature. I think it just comes down to the ability of the modder. You know, what resources they have available. I don't know if I'm going to go lower with this, or I want to tuck it down enough, but I still have it accessible. Right? But I think that might do. Let's do like that. So kind of keep it still clean. Don't want to clutter it up too bad, but just to have an overflow for the radiator. I think that'll work. Cool deal. All you have to do is reduce the scale. No. I don't think that's, for me at least anyway, I don't think that's the case. Because reducing the scale, so here's the thing. The way a lot of these engines are designed when you initially populate them in, that's the scale that the developer meant. So that's the true scale of the engine, right? So I try not to mess with that if necessary. So again, it comes down to what is reality and what is virtual. You know, in an effort to make this line up with the actual size of the engine in the virtual sense, I am not going to rescale it. I mean, we have done that with other cars to get it to fit, right? But this one here, you know, it just comes down to it needs to be remodeled. You know, we don't have the ability to do that, but I'm not going to fix that by rescaling this down. I'm not going to do that. Because to me, that's a silly. I can just appreciate why it's clipping. And why it's clipping is because in order to get this to line up properly with this proper scale of the engine, this would have to be remodeled to accommodate that. That's all. Now, whether it's laziness on the modder's standpoint, I don't know. Maybe they tried to design this, I guess, as far as based on true dimensions of the C10. Right? So if this dimension for the C10 is correct for the frame, you know, as far as the room for the engine, yeah, then so be it. You know, but if you wanted to do that, and I guess that's what I'm entertaining this idea. If you find it necessary, I guess, as far as to scale it down to get that to not clip, then go ahead. You know, to each their own. There's nothing wrong with that. For me, at least, anyway, I understand. I can at least appreciate why it's clipping. You know, so you can, depending on which perspective you look at it, that's two different perspectives at least, anyway. But yeah, for me, I'm not going to rescale it because, again, it comes down to you can't scale in one direction. It's a uniform scale, and I feel like that would take away from the actual size of the engine. So we try to accommodate what's, you know, in the virtual sense of what is the reality. Because also what that would do, if I were to rescale this, it would change all this geometry, I guess, as far as for the drive shaft. I don't feel that's necessary, I guess, as far as to scale that, I guess, as far as just to accommodate that. It's really not necessary, I don't feel. But to each their own. If you want to do that, just keep it in mind, if you rescale the engine, you got to redo this, the size of the drive shaft and all that, I guess, as far as to get that all line up. I feel like this is not necessary. You know, so I'm not gonna, it's a moot point at this point. If you want to do it, go ahead. I'm just trying to be the voice of reason as to what's actually happening. So I don't think I want to add anything more to this. I think we're good. So let's unexplode it. I know for some people, you know, if you were looking at this, you'd probably want to do all that. I can understand that. I can totally understand and appreciate it. But I think the other thing too that we showed in game, the fact that we could put that cowl induction hood on this one if we wanted to, and not have this. I think this would have been a lot neater if they wouldn't have cut it so big. I think if they would have just cut it open, I guess just for the bird catcher, that would have been fine. I think this hole's a little too big. They could have definitely not made it quite so. But I understand from my own experiences why they did it that way. They probably figured just make it big enough so it's cut through, and not really fine tune it. You know, I get it. I've been there. I know what it's. I had to go back and forth with the custom cutout that I did on the Gen 2, and it was a lot of work just to get it the way I got it. I guess as far as to get that all to line up the way I got it. So I understand. I understand the. Now again, it may come down to just laziness. May come down to lack of knowledge of how to do that. You know, that's how that comes to. But see, like this one here, I feel like it's kind of unfinished. They started the process of putting it. I think it should have like a ring around this, I guess, as far as, and not just have the glass edge. So similar like it's done here, right? And have something going around this cutout in the glass, because it does give you the impression, even though the game doesn't really have that, as it being like plexiglass or Lexan. This is the way you'd be able to do that. So that's just pretty cool. Also, we've come to see too, I guess, as far as the way this roll cage is totally functional. Not a lot of clipping in here. The way it's done, it'll let you sit in it even with the roll cage in it. That's cool. Now, I think the difference with that being said too, this roll cage is a part of the body, right? Which initially the car parts don't have a rigid body. They don't have a collision. That's why I've shown previously, I guess, as far as you got to create that, you got to encompass it into a collider. So that might be the difference with the way this roll cage is done as a body. It's a part of the body and not having it as a car part. I think that's probably the difference. Because the car parts will actually have collision built into it as opposed to just being a part of the body. So that's kind of neat. So I'm learning some things as we take a look at these other types of vehicles. Appreciate the lurk there, Booth. Hey, Booth. I know I've been babbling there, so. Okay, so what we're gonna do? Let's get out of the parts. I think we've done everything we want to do to this one for now. Let's save it up. Okay, just making sure. I always give it a little bit, I guess, as far as to make sure I know. It doesn't really tell you on the screen as far as well as it's saved. This just goes from green to gray. Alright, we're gonna go back into the game, check it out. Yeah, so I hope some of the points, I guess, as far as kind of makes sense to me. It's like, if you see something that you feel can be fixed, and you have the ability to fix it in the editor, fix it. I mean, I'm not gonna say you can't, because you totally can. Alrighty then, just checking things, how these are going. Sorry about that Dumpster Angel, I guess, as far as I don't know if you're... We do play some other games. But we do a little bit of car mechanicing. We do some trucking on Tuesdays. I've been getting into NASCAR 25 on Thursdays. And we do... Lately anymore on Saturdays, we do some Satisfactory. So yeah, lots of other games that we do play here on the channel. So yeah, sorry about that. I was running off on a tangent. I apologize for that. Let's go load up our game. So these parts that we're going into, once we get into the garage here, it should show them in their full and all that stuff, 100%. So again, it goes back to adding parts in there that weren't in there previously. Gives you freebies. I sometimes tend to wonder if it would be better if when you add the part in the editor that you'd still have to add it, you know, so it doesn't automatically put it in there. I don't know if that's possible. So in other words, I guess as far as make it possible so that you'd still have to put it in if it wasn't previously in there, but it would give you the silhouette for it. So yeah, there they are. So what I am going to do, just to make sure all of it's working right, so it's on a question mark. What I'm going to do, you probably don't have to do this, I just like to do it. After putting parts in there that weren't previously in there, I'm going to drain it, take it out, put it back in. So yeah, just to confirm that it is interacting the way it should. Should be able to just take that out. Oops, hold on. Giving me that. There we go. So it's showing the fluid that was in there. But this is things, we've seen this before, just as far as showing the fluid in there, but the fluid's not actually in there, but the part is, right? So it is 100%, we can put it back in, and then we'll have to fill it. That's part of what I want to do. So it's going to show it empty now. So when you add a lot of these new parts in there, it's going to show fluids in there. So we're going to do the same thing with this guy. Okay, so let's go like this. Pull it out. Nope. Oh, no. What are you doing? Get out of that. Should be able to pull that out. Come on now. I don't want to mount it. It's already there. What are you doing? Yeah, this one's being a little bit funkier. I need an unmount. Why is it not giving me the unmount? There we go. That's all I wanted. So the fluid's not actually in there, even though it shows it visually. We were able to pull that out. Now we can put it back in and we'll have to fill it. There we go. Now we can officially put the fluids back into these reservoirs. So we need to fill it. There we go. So just to give you a little bit of a clue in there, it's like, don't take it for granted when you see them in there. You still got to put the fluid in it. If you got parts like these that you're adding to it. You know, so even if you're adding additional ones that weren't in there, you might have to do the same thing. So it comes down to the part order, you know, in the editor. So part 0, part 1, so on and so forth. If it wasn't previously in there as a part, chances are you're gonna have to, even though it shows it visually that it's got fluid, it probably doesn't. You have to pull it out, put it back in, and then add the fluid. Okay, there we go. So we got our fluid in there. So we should still be 100%. And then if we look at our parts list, we should have that coolant reservoir and the power steering. That's the pump. Where's the reservoir? Should be the reservoir in there too. I just want to make sure. There it is. So there's that 100%. That's confirmed. And then also the coolant reservoir. That should be listed in here as well. I just want to make sure. You don't have to do this, but I always like to reassure myself. I wish there was a way to sort these. So there's the radiator. I was looking for a coolant reservoir. License plate. Yeah, we took off that one, that necessity for the front one. I might have passed it. I'm sure it's in there. So is it, wait, is it radiator, fan, housing? I think it's coolant reservoir. Should be. It was listed above the reservoir. Was it really? I sort of overlooked it. Yeah, right there. Duh. You're right. So yeah, it doesn't put them in alphabetic order. So yeah, there's that one that we added right there. That's just to confirm. I just wanted to confirm it. There we go. I wish I could get stuff like that truck. Oh yeah, this is a nice truck. I mean, the concept to it anyway. That's what we've been going over there, truck games. Yeah, this is a really nice one. Now we have made some changes to these two configs anyway. So the only thing I really changed on this one, see, this one's got that small one here too, tucked over in this corner for the street. We did add the airbox because it didn't have one, and we did put a different radiator in here because we didn't want the one it had in here previously was the fan floating on the front of the radiator. That just didn't look right. So yeah, we changed that on the street, and we did a lot more changes on this one. A lot more changes on this one. So we adjusted these. We added this just today. The power steering reservoir. The radiator has been changed on this one. It had the same one as the street. We just added a fuel tank so that it does require the fuel pump now. So that to me just makes more sense. So we just kind of buried it within this custom fuel tank. So it does make that requirement. We removed the necessity for the front plate. So that was another thing we did. Lots of things we did adjust on this one. So we did the suspension previously, I guess, as far as on that one. I think we got this one pretty well dialed in now. So yeah, just as we shown, everything is 100%. I think the only thing to do now that we got all the fluids into it, let's go get some alignments done to it. Get that done. You're on Xbox, so I can't get it. Well, that sucks. Yeah, that's the only downside of being on console. You don't have these abilities. That's why I love having it on PC. That's got such a nice stance to it too. Love the stance on that. So we tried to maintain some of the same stance that it had after we changed the suspension. So we could have gone the way, I guess, as far as like the street one, where it was just, pretty plain Jane, as far as straight across, semi-low to the ground. But I like this look here for drag. Some go a little bit more to the extreme to have the ass end of it, I guess, as far as super duper high. In some cases, I think that's kind of gaudy looking. This is pretty pretty classic right there. So let's get some alignments to it. She a little out of whack. Let's make her less out of whack. Okay, so there's that. Let's do some headlights on it. Man, that looks so good. Okay, that one's aligned. Let's get the right side. Yeah, they a little out of whack too. There we go. Okay. One thing left to do, I guess, as far as get over to dyno. Now, this engine gets 498 at the base, 691 pounds of torque. That would be with the supercharger, of course. So let's move this over to the dyno and check it out. Now, it gets a little noisy in here. For those of you that are new here, I guess as far as so if you got the volume turned up, you got the earbuds on, it gets a little noisy in here. So just be aware. All right, let's go ahead and dyno her. See if we get all that factory power. We were hoping that didn't happen there, Culpa. Yeah, we were hoping that didn't happen. Such a good one. So yeah, we did get all that base horsepower. We are a Class C 291. Not a bad start for old school supercharged. So you know what we got to do now? We got to take this over to the strip and have some fun with it. Now we got our dyno. Let's have some fun with it. Okay, so let's get her over there. Yeah, buddy. Alright, let's see what you can do here at the quarter mile. So we got our old school. So we'll get same engine. So this is one done by Smokey. Really well. This is one of those mods I've been talking about. How it's very well designed from the body, how everything lines up with the in-game default parts. So good, so good. I definitely want to get to this level of car modding. No matter if it's this rendition of Car Mechanic or the next. I definitely want to get to that level because that's now just based on the numbers here. This thing should smoke us. Just based on the rating and such, I guess as far. So let's see what we can do. Let's see what you can do. Uh-oh. Why is my controller not working? What's happening? Uh-oh. So we got controller issues again. I got nothing. Okay, so do I have to do this? Nope. So I got no controller. What the heck? Ruh-roh, George. Okay, let's see if we can unplug it, plug it back in. Whoop. Oh, it did that. That's interesting. Hold on a minute. Well, that's odd. So it did that when I unplugged it. Try and plug it back in. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Hold please. Usually I have this sorted out before stream starts, but give me a second. That'll work. That back in there. Might be because I got that on the USB hub too. I did have to move some things, but didn't feel like it was going to be an issue. Okay, so is that working now? There she goes. There she goes. Alright, so we'll try that again. That's all she needed. Okay, let's try her again. Let's see if we can beat this guy. When all else fails, unplug it, plug it back in. Oh yeah, he got us. Which is not surprising because he had a much better tune to it. Oh, 12 seconds, so under 13 seconds on this one here. No performance parts onto this this setup. That's pretty legit based on the rating for that car. It had that little bit of tuning. Not bad. So what about the Challenger RT? He's got the 440 in that. No tuning. Slicks. We got the race ones on the front. Slicks in the back. Got that rear-wheel drive too, so get some heavy, decent grip there in the back end. Oh, I love the way this launches. Second gear is a little bit less appealing. Got him. Nice. Good reaction, too. That was a good race. So we beat him by about a 10th. Literally a 10th. These are the types of races I like. That's cool. I like that type of result. What about the fake Viper? Got the... this would be considered the modern LS engine. Non-supercharged. Non-supercharged. Don't really need fourth gear. Pretty much sails right in there in third gear. And we're staying pretty consistent, 12.7. Nice, that's another good race. 299 to a 2. So he's got a higher rating, even though we were able to beat it by a good, maybe not quite a 10th, a little bit less than a 10th. Good racing. Good racing. Oh yeah. Ooh, we got that's our twin. Check that out. Now, by the numbers here, he's got 293 to 291. They might have the edge. They might have the upper hand with us having that higher rating. But let's see what we got here. You're playing Caller Hunt of the Wild? Nice. How's that going there, truck games? What are we hunting? We hunting wabbit? Got him. Nice. So, look at that. That's solid 10th there too. Now, this one should have beat us, I feel. But, yeah, even due to the fact that they had a better reaction time, technically that should have beat us. But yeah, that was our twin. Check that out. Just no tuning, race slick, wicked. Anyway, so what about the Lancer? Slicks with all-wheel drive, no tuning. These things are like surprisingly fast, just like the Civics. Civics and the yeah, these Mitsubishis, those between the Eclipse and the Lancer. I'm kind of liking the way this one runs. Second gear is a little bit iffy, but I don't dislike it. Yeah, we just kicked the pants off that thing. Okay, so we had the old school 2012 Camaro. This one's the modern LS, non-supercharged with tuning, all slicks. So that supercharged one that had the tuning beat us. So let's see if this non-supercharged one can beat us with that tuning. We're getting some solid reaction times. That's solid. Look at that. I didn't expect to beat him by that much. That's like almost a second right there. Wow. Yeah, so the fact that I wonder how much better this one would do, I guess, as far as with the supercharged and that tuning. I think it would probably be able to stick with us. It would be able to hang. I don't want to do that one. So there's the street. Now this is what that engine, same engine as the Camaro. This one's got a little bit more tuning. So non-supercharged. Alright, let's see what this truck can do with that LS3. Non-supercharged. Having some fun with this truck. I kind of put it in fourth gear, even though we kind of don't really need it. Don't really need it. Yeah, so almost the same result as that 2012 Camaro. We can beat that pretty well. Same car, not as much tuning, so I'm not going to bother with that one. Pretty much the same. So this one's the games version. Considering that's going to be the same result as the 2012. This one has no tuning. Yeah, so just for giggles, I guess, as far as the fact that it has no tuning, based on the numbers there, we should definitely be able to beat that. So the other two configs that we went against that had tuning, we're able to beat those. This engine. Cool. Wow. This one's even slower. So yeah, without the tuning, obviously, that's a how would you say it as far as like, so with the tuning, obviously you can get better time. Without the tuning, it's obviously slower. It's very noticeably slower. That's to be expected. So we just did that for giggles. What about the Mini Cooper? That big freaking motor, no tuning though. What's going on there, Cobalt? Welcome on in. Yo, appreciate that follow there, Cobalt. Hope your day's going well. We're just shaking down our C10. Our drag C10. Yep, we can beat that Mini Cooper. Wow, look at how... So I thought for sure we would just smoke it, but it was actually trying to keep up with us there. These things are just crazy fast for a 4-cylinder. Big freaking motor, that's what I like to call it, BFM. Let's see. You just did some playthrough of 2018. A friend gifted it, and I was wondering about 21. Yeah, so feel free to stick around, I guess, as far as this is what 21 has to offer. This is what's considered the drag DLC for Car Mechanic 21. So just keep in mind that it's what we're divulging in right now is a DLC. And this one is a mod truck that's available on the Steam Workshop, but we've tweaked it a little bit just to our own liking. We haven't gone against a hot rod. So this is a non-supercharged 2-carb. No tuning. So again, just by the displacement here, I think we should be able to smoke this thing. See what we can do. I'm kind of liking the way this was. So we got no performance parts at all on the C10, so... Should have been able to smoke that one. Pretty much, yep. Damn near a second. Just under a second. 100 miles an hour to our 109. That's pretty legit. So just based on that engine. So we basically got the same engine, only supercharged. So I kind of expected that result. So the 440, we already beat it. Beat that guy. So we haven't gone against this dude. So the Mini Cooper we beat. And again, I keep forgetting as far as which Civic. If it's the SIR or if it's the which trim. If it's got this motor in there, especially with tuning, that thing is stupid fast. Let's see. I think this is the one now we can beat pretty easy. Whoa! Okay, hold on there. I got a little too excited. Try that again, shall we? Try it again. Got a little too excited. Yeah, so the biggest thing here, Cobalt, that we get into is playing around in the editor, designing our own cars, and playing around with some of these mod cars from the Steam Workshop. And that's basically what this one is, a Steam Workshop mod. This C10 Stepside. We like to critique it and see what's wrong and what's good and bad about it. Oh, got us. That is the one. Yep, that is the one that can beat us. I'm going to try this one more time, see if we can get a better reaction time. I think this one's got us beat. Because I think the best we've been able to get with our truck is a 12.7. So yeah, this one is the one with that big freaking motor. It can beat us. Let's do it one more time. Just to confirm. I think it's going to beat us again. Yeah, these things are crazy fast. And that had no tuning on it. No tuning on it. Absolutely. Now, you can't model it. Yeah, it did beat us again. You can't model it in the editor of their J booth. But if you have a model available, right? And it's already present in the game, so either be in a mod or a default car, you can put that in the editor, and you can add different engines to it. Like we've done some swaps. So like for example, one that comes to mind, we did a BMW Pro car that normally has an inline 6. By default, we put a Carrera GT V10 into it, for example. We've made some electric cars. So we've made an electric Hellcat. We call it the Hellcat. Electrocat, I should say. We've done an electric Viper. So there's a lot of really cool things that you can do in the editor as long as the car is already available in the game. I got someone at my door again. Just a second. Alright, sorry about that, folks. I guess as far as, so they were kind of discussing around here, I guess as far as, they want to do a pizza party, I guess as far as of sorts, I guess as far as, so we do that every once in a while here at our farmer complex. So yeah, they were wanting to see if I wanted to pitch in. So they were kind of just taking my order as far as like, what kind of pizza I wanted. So, yeah, I guess I got, pizza coming, I guess as far as for dinner today. Yay. Okay, so, where was I? So, Cobalt. I don't know about tuning. The only way I can think of for making this car faster is to put a VAD. So, I kind of liking the way this one's set up for this class. That was the one thing I was trying to point out here. So, whether or not we want to put performance on it, we totally could. Not out of the realm of possibility. I don't know if I want to make it faster. I really like the class B and C. D is pretty interesting. A, like, you're pretty limited in who you can compete against. So you got like a Koenigseggs, the Corvette C8s and stuff like that, as far as like very finite type of cars you can go against. So the B and C is where I feel it's at. So if we do want to go to Class B, that would be the highest I want to go with it on this truck. What's going on there, TJ? Welcome on in. Honking the horn there. So yeah, I'm kind of liking the way this, yeah, so that was the second time that Honda Civic SIR with that big freaking motor, no tuning as far as we'll be able to beat us. So let's head back to the house here. So we're kind of left with this idea. Do we necessarily want to put performance parts through this truck? That's where we're at. So it's not about necessarily making it faster, but keeping it within a certain class. Now we already have the street version of the C10, I guess, as far as that has the modern LS into it. This one's the old school, right? So we can't necessarily swap the new school engine in, I guess, as far as with this one, and not everything's going to line up as far as the exhaust and what have you. So this one's pretty limited on just this engine. Now we could probably definitely, now the fact that it is a drag, they don't have it in here, I guess, as far as the way they designed this, no other swaps. But we know this for a fact, I guess, as far as that all these other engines that fall under the OHV will fit in there. It's just a matter of, it wouldn't make sense to have lower than this, I guess, as far as into the truck, you know, based on the config for it. So that's the only reason why that exists. So what we can do with this one, like I said, is first to put performance parts onto this guy. So let's put it back over to the lift. So like $299 with performance parts, yeah, something like that. Yeah, so you kind of get it there, Cobalt. So yeah, the highest we would probably want to go is probably like $299. You know, as far as to keep it within the Class B, because I've come to find more times than not that Class B and C is kind of where it's at when it comes to the palette of cars that you can actually compete against. When you get into the Class A's and get into the 999s, you're pretty limited on who you can compete against, right? So that's a whole premium class in itself, I guess, as far as with that. But I think if you want to have a bigger palette of vehicles to go against, mod ones, what have you, I guess, as far as Class B and C. So we have room on this one for sure, as we've come to see, that if we want to get into Class B, you know, the high end of Class B, we can do that. So the question is, do we want to do that? So our inventory is clear. I think now that we got this pretty well dialed in and we know what it's got just on the base horsepower, let's consider some performance upgrades to this. So the gearbox on it, I like the gearing on it. The gearing's good. Now whether or not we'll have to change it if we apply any performance parts to it, we'll have to test it out. But initially what I like to do on these types of engines is just do all the electrical, ignition. So plugs, wires, distributor, all of that, and see what we get out of it. I've done this more times. I think ignition parts on, you know, as far as performance, are a good way to start, and then just go up from there. Now, let's see. Let's do all of those. We'll do wires, plugs. Yeah, just basically all the ignition stuff. And then we can graduate ourselves, I guess, as far as to potentially doing like carburetors, fuel pump, stuff like that. These are the types of things I like to focus on when it comes to tuning an old school engine, at least anyway. New school engines are a little bit different because, for example, they have the ECU that you can tune, right? So that's obviously a different animal when it comes to the new school ones. So yeah, for starters here we're going to do distributor, rotors, these are all going to be performance. And we'll see what we get. So we 498 horsepower, Class C, 291 is what we get at the base there. Now it should show this. I'm going to have to redo this now. Just to confirm. Yep. So now that we took those parts out there, it's going to take that away. So I took note of what it was previously. So let's go to Tune Shop and we'll grab these parts. So I'm not going to even worry about getting to a 3-star. We're just going to keep it just base performance. Do the cap, rotor, wires, and of course sparkulators themselves. So we need 8 of these. Cool. And we'll just see what we get out of this. And we can probably put this up for a prediction based on the percentage. I mean, it'd probably be pretty obvious if you do the math, right? But I like to do this every once in a while, I guess, as far as to see where everybody, what everybody thinks we're going to get, just based on the upgrades we make to it. Give me an old school any day. Oh, absolutely. Same here, J Booth. These are my all-time favorite ones. Are the old school. I have, you know, my second next best thing is the new school. You know, as far as the LS engines, you know, it has the ECUs, the brain boxes, and all that stuff to it. But yeah, any day. Give me an old school overhead valve engine any day. Yeah, all-time favorite. I've got a lot of experience and such, I guess, as far as working on these types of engines, so yep, they got a really okay, wires. Really like these kind. Alright, so there we go. Get all the ignition. So we can't do this is one thing that the game is kind of lacking too. Like, we don't have the ability to put, I should probably do ignition coil too. I just thought of that. So we don't have, like, you know, the MSD, you know, branding, I guess, as far as like that, but we can put a performance coil. I think I'll do that too. That's part of the ignition. So yeah, let's do that too. So we'll go ignition, we'll get that at the tune shop. That should be everything for ignition stuff. Okay, there we go. So the ignition coil, as most know, I guess, as far as that's what, when you turn the key, that turns on, gets power from the battery, right? That spins the rotor, I guess, as far as on the distributor, and gets it to turn over, right? But it also sends from this here also to the starter. So there's a lot of things going on, I guess, as far as you get it to work. That's just the layman's terms of it. You don't understand that. So we're trying to get more power to all of this, I guess, as far as to create more spark going into that. Now, in reality, obviously you want to make sure you have the proper cam lobing and all that stuff to be able to handle that much more spark. And we don't really have that available in this game. We do have the ability to put a performance cam in there, but not to be so detailed to say, okay, what is the low duration, I guess, as far as on the valves to accommodate all this additional spark and such that we're putting to it. So yeah, it's a little bit limited in that regard, but it gives you somewhat of the idea of what you can do. But we just have to bear in mind, I guess, as far as that, it's not 100% the way you go about it. You honestly like the old school bodies, but the new school suspension, you know, that's what they call a resto, right? So we done, like on this one, well, I don't know if that's a good example. We have not done a trim in our Gen 2, I guess, as far as to put a modern LS into it, for example. I would eventually like to do that. So whether we do it in our standard or the Z28. So this one here I did paint. I don't know if I showed this. because it does have the better overhead valve engine into it, the old school. So Chevy did do this to a lot of the cars of this era, I should say. Like I lost a train of thought there. But yeah, so we did paint this one. I want to do the same thing, probably to this one too, because mine was actually Chevy orange for my SS back when I had that one. But they did do it in red, I guess, as far as as far as a performance engine. Now, granted, we don't have like performance anything in this one. It's just the color that GM applied to it. But yeah, eventually, like I said, as far as I would definitely like to be able to put a modern LS, probably supercharged, on the SS, and make that a resto mod, I guess, as far as for that Gen 2. That'd be a... We got a lot of options there, I guess, as far as for us there. If there's a Z280, then that would be the perfect... What's a Z280? Is that a Nissan? I feel like that one's probably in there. You have done your fair share of building motors. Real life from 253, 308, 302, 350. Yeah, see, for me, a lot of the engines that I've worked on, I had a 305 originally. I had a 305 V8 four-barrel SS. That's what I had, and so almost the same color. This was a blue sapphire metallic. So this is, I got this as close. It's not perfect, I get that, but this is this was a OG GM color, because as far as called blue sapphire metallic. That's what I had, and the engine that I had in it was a 305 four-barrel. So I've worked on, I got quite a bit in there. Next best one would be the 350 small block. Yeah, I've worked on a lot of 350 small block as opposed to the big block. And really the main difference with the big block, and we've shown this before, and I would like to see this in the next rendition of the game, is to have more 4-bolt main engines. Now we do have some 4-bolt mains that are like on the V10s, like on the Aston Martin, like the Vantage and such. They do have a true 4-bolt main, as far as the main bearings, I guess, as far as on the crank. I want to see more of those in, like the American cars, because we do have those for American cars too. So, alright, we did get all the parts in here, right? We need to get this re-dynoed and see what we get now. Maybe we'll put this up for prediction too. So, based on what we put in there, maybe you did the math, I guess, as far as to know what the percentage is. We should definitely get this pretty close to 525 is what I'm thinking. I'm gonna guess 525. That's gonna be my guess. And I'm not even bothering to do the percentages and do the math on that, but I'm gonna say to 525. So what we'll do, just for giggles, so for anybody that's got some channel points burning a hole in the chat, let's do I got one set up here? That's that one. And we haven't done those in a while too. We did a horsepower loss. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a new one here. So how much horsepower gain? How much HP gain? This is what we're gonna do. And you don't have to participate in this if you don't wish. It's not an obligation. How much HP gain? So my guess is going to be, I'm just gonna put some values in there. So 498 is the base power, base horsepower, just for clarity. So I'm gonna say 525. So this is without even considering the percentages that we added as far as ignition stuff. So we'll do 525. I feel like I need to do one lower, so I'm gonna do 510. Let's do one for 510. I'll give you some options here. And then a third one, I'm gonna put neither of these. Try that. Neither of the above. This is different. Let's do neither of the above. I'll leave this up here for about a minute, so give everybody a chance. Okay, there we go. Should be live, I guess, as far as feel free to get on that prediction if you wish. So a Datsun Z4. Oh, so it's a Datsun. Yeah, we don't have any Datsuns, I don't think. Yeah, Nissan Datsun. So we got Nissans, but we don't have Datsuns. We do have the Fair Lady. That's in the DLC. Yep. Depends on the country you live in. Right. So we do have the Fair Lady in the DLC represented. I guess that would be along the same lines you're talking about there, Cobalt. Yeah. And we did do we got that available on the Steam Workshop, actually. I guess as far as we did a V8 special for the Toyota Supra. So if you take a look at that on the Steam Workshop, in fact, EMS 21. If you look at that, excuse me, if you look at that Steam Workshop category there, I guess as far as you'll see that V8 special that we did of the Supra. So, okay, that prediction is close. So for any of you that did join in on that, let's see what we got here. See how close any of us are. Holy crap, that is not... I did not expect to get that much. That's just basically all the ignition parts. 525 is what I think. I was way off. So, again, without even considering all the percentages there, not even do a 3-star or anything, we just did standard performance parts there. That's a huge gain there. So we are in the Class B, 330. That's not terrible. Not terrible. So I was initially thinking around 299, just like we were talking about, but this is not terrible. We're like right in the middle of Class B. So we did a jump from Class C 291 up to a Class B 330. That's a pretty comfortable jump, just doing ignition parts. This is just ignition performance parts. Pretty solid. All right, let's go ahead and try this out at the track now. Let's see if we got to adjust anything like the gearbox. Looking through the wiki about cars right now. Oh, as far as the default cars in the game, so you're looking through the... Yeah, they do have the wiki for this game. I think that's pretty impressive indeed, I guess, as far as for that. Just all this is... You know, this is what I've come to find in reality. That's why I went by that number that I was guessing. Most time with doing ignition parts like that, no, that was a lot. We did the plugs, we did the wires, rotor distributor, all of that. So that was a lot, I guess, as far as to do. So I guess I might have been off a little bit. I'll admit. So let's take it over the strip though. Seems pretty legit. It's just amazing what you can do, I guess, as far as, you know, we could have took the fuel approach and upgraded the fuel and not the ignition, and we would have got a little bit different result. But definitely a boost, I guess, as far as that too. The car that I mean is called the Nissan S530. Yeah, I know which one you mean on the wiki, but it's not engine swappable. Yeah, I don't think we've done... We'll have to look at that in the editor and see. So is that a front wheel drive car, or is that a rear wheel? I'll have to look at that one. I know which one you're talking about, but yeah, so affected it doesn't have like a modern engine swap, you know, like an LS or whatever. We could definitely probably take a look and see if that's possible. Yeah, so let's see what this can do with all of our upgrades on the quarter mile. So that Lancer wants a piece of us. All right, let's see what we've got. 13%. Okay, so that definitely puts it into perspective now. I didn't do the math. That's why I took a guess. I guess as far as what we would get horsepower-wise, that's a pretty good chunk of tuning, just electrical. So it's an inline 6 rear-wheel drive. So the fact that it's a rear-wheel drive, it seems possible. I think it would be possible to put like a modern LS in there. You know, like a supercharged something or other in there. Maybe even an OHV. But you'd have to create it as a separate config, of course. in comparison to the inline 6. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. Still shifts pretty good. So it's not too erratic. I like it. Still pretty good. It's a nice boost. So now we were previously like 12.7, so we shaved off about 3/10. About 3/10 off our time. That's progress. Oh baby! So this is another thing I like about what I was saying about racing in the Class B. You get some really cool cars to be able to nice palette of cars to be able to compete against. This is no exception. Rear-wheel drive twin turbo Vantage. So this engine is the same as the Mercedes, I want to say, only this is it's designed for to line up with the Vantage, I guess, as far as the weight, because it is a front-mounted engine. So it's along the same, how would you say, hierarchy as the Mercedes, like the Gullwing, you know, that class, relatively the same engine. This is just designed to fit what the Vantage has to it. Now, I don't know if that's actually what it's done in reality. That's what it's done here for the game. Now, the fact that this is a DLC for the Aston Martin, I guess as far as I would think, that's probably... Yeah. You're such a goober. What do you mean? I just realized that battery maintainer has O-ring terminals. You just have to unscrew the battery clips first so that the better part of 2 months it's been sitting with all the plastics off to be able to use it. So you're saying your batteries didn't charge? Is that what you're saying? I think that's what I'm getting from it. So all that time you had it sitting there for 2 months, it wasn't charging? I think that's what you meant. Hey, when that happens. Oh my, it's like the Vantage has got us. That Vantage smoked us. That was a good race. So 12.4, oh yeah. He's in a different zip code there. Which doesn't surprise me. But we're still getting consistently 3/10 better than our previous time. Solid. So yeah, this one has, the fact that it's got the twin turbo slicks and that little bit of tuning, yeah, it makes sense. That's why it kicked our butt. 330 to a 364. So you can't always go by the rating, right? So there's plenty of cars that we've beaten that have a higher rating. It all comes down to what type of engine setup and tuning that they have. Really what's going to make the difference. Tires do make a difference too. Tires definitely do make a difference too. So same engine, not as much tuning. So by the numbers here, we should be able to beat this guy. Let's see what we got. No, I thought it was, you know, you thought it didn't have O-ring terminals that you can just directly screw them on the battery. Oh, I see. I've been using the clips, and they're a pain in the rear. Yeah, I get what you mean now. So, are you gonna put O-rings onto them? I guess, so that you don't have to use the clips. You just thought it didn't come with them, so there wasn't any in the box. Oh crap! So, are you gonna actually put O-rings on them? You can probably downgrade your car by swapping your front tires out for something lesser. Now, probably, yeah, I don't discount that. Now we've got race tires on our front as opposed to slicks, and we can downgrade it. But I'm kind of liking what this has turned out so far. Oh, holy crap! That thing smoked us. Okay, so did we sleep? We slept there a little bit. So we're still getting 12.4. Yeah, that thing is... Holy crap, I did not expect that. So he's a 362 to our 330. So based on... Wow, I did not expect that. That's interesting. So it's the same engine. He's got race tires. See, I would have... Maybe that's a little bit off to me, but yeah, the fact that this rating... I just didn't expect, I guess, as far as for him to beat us that bad. Now, this is a lot lighter vehicle, too, so the vehicle weight does make a difference, too. So the fact that this one's probably a lot lighter than our truck So the fact that it's lighter with this engine setup there, that's another thing to consider. What's going on there? Flame decals, right? It's probably the flames. That's what did it. But yeah, definitely probably lighter too. We have seen this in other races where we could have exactly the same setup as another car that's smaller or lighter, and it's always going to beat us, irregardless of having the same setup. So that just comes down to weight. What else? So speaking of the going, this is not the going. This is the Mercedes, but it's in the same class with that Vantage, right? As far as the Mercedes engines, the AMG, they have that AMG power. So this is in that same boat. So this is the non-going. So this is, they got the two different styles for the Mercedes DLC. They have this one and the going. So it's basically the same car, only one has a going and one doesn't. So this one, I'm thinking by the numbers, we should be able to beat that. This one's not supercharged or anything, but it does have some tuning. Let's see what we got for this thing. He did get us. Damn, son. This is another thing that's fun with it. We had a really good reaction time too. 12:3. That's our best time so far. So probably our next best thing we might want to try to do is see if we can get into this lower 12-second bracket. So we could probably do fuel upgrades as far as like the carbs, fuel pump and such like that, and see what we get there. We might be able to take off the 3/10 and be within the same class as these. That's kind of where I'm at right now, I guess, as far as with this one here. Cool. You also got the USB hub installed. Yeah, installed them for a more permanent solution and put all the plastics back. Right. Yep, I'm with you there, I'm the man eater. So, lesson learned, I guess, as far as the clips aren't the best option. O-rings are always the best as far as when you want more of a permanent solution when it comes to having battery power, I guess, as far as to your components. So I think I got enough info on here. I want to try and get this one into the low 12-second bracket so we can compete with these a little bit better. So let's go back to the house. We're going to do some fuel upgrades to this. So we'll do fuel pump, stuff like that for it. And possibly, time permitting here, I want to take a look at least before we end things up here, just as far as what's going on with that Nissan 530. So I think we did something with that one, the default one, I think. I know we did some things with the Nissan DLC. Yeah, as far as the Nissan Z. But I don't think we done anything with the base game one. Alright, let's get this back over to the lift. Now, we don't have to, I guess, but I don't know. Of course I have it. You can just do the fuel upgrades. We're still trying to keep this in the Class B, right? I want to keep it in the Class B. So, you know what I didn't do? I didn't, did anybody predict on that last one? So, it was neither one of those, because it ended up being way more than my 525. So that was neither. So did anybody get that correct? Did anybody predict on that? So if you did predict, I guess if I will finish that off. Okay, nobody thought it would happen. And like I said, there is no obligation for that at all. No obligation. I ain't forcing anybody, I guess, as far as do anything they don't want to do. Alright, so we're going to do carbs. We're going to do fuel pump. Maybe filters too. So yeah, I definitely want to do a fuel filter now I'm thinking of it. So the fuel filter on this one is... This should be... Wait, where's that fuel filter? Right there. So we're going to do fuel filter, carbs, and pump. Let's see what we get out of that. Okay, so let's do fuel filter, carbs, and let's get that pump off of there. Now we did add this to this config because it didn't originally have one. Didn't originally have one. Let me up there. There we go. A little bit funky to get to it, but there we go. So let's get a performance fuel pump. Oh, wrong store. We gotta go back here. So we need a performance fuel filter. So doing all the fuel stuff. We already did the ignition stuff. Now we're gonna do the fuel stuff. We need 2 of these. And 1 of these. Cool. Let's get those in there. So fuel pump. There's that. Let's get our performance carbs in. I'm debating whether or not I want to do filters. Might leave just the stock filters for now. We'll do just stock filters. So at this point, we'll just have fuel upgrades and ignition upgrades. Fuel and ignition upgrades. Okay, put the bird catcher back on. Fuel filter performance. There we go. So that's our next level of upgrades. We probably got it up to like 20% now. Something like that. 20% of, gotta get a dyno. Go get her dyno. We should do all, do the coil too. I think I did do the coil. Yeah, we did do the coil there, Booth. Hey, Booth. So the coil is right here. We did do that performance. So that's done. Unless you meant something else. Am I going to do... So I don't know if we'll do the filters. I'm going to try it like this here first, and then maybe we'll do the filters. Your bike has KNR filters. Supposedly it makes it faster. Honestly, do it because it's cheaper over time. Yeah, so what's nice about a lot of the KNN filters, I think is what you meant, you can wash those. They can be washed. They're kind of reusable. That's what's nice about those. Very durable. So let's get it back over to the dyno. And check it out. Yeah, so we did do the... So yeah, if at any point it gets as far as there's something that's not clear, definitely call me out on it. I don't have a problem with that. Alright, so it will get a little bit noisier again, so we should get much better performance than what we had. So we were previously at a 330 Class B. It's like 67 horsepower gain, so we should have more than that now. So nobody predicted last time, so we're just gonna let this one roll. Yeah, I knew what you meant though there, Bobo. Crap. That was pretty close there, Kobo. Pretty close. 605 we're at now, so we're still in the Class B 354, so we were previously at a 330. So that's nice improvement. Nice improvement. Light forward progress, right? Alright, so now we gotta take this to the strip and try it out. And we're definitely having some fun with this guy. We having some fun. Right, let's get over here to the quarter mile and see what you can do now. Man, my stomach is rumbling. I'm getting hungry. I am getting hungry, and we got pizza coming. Yep. But they knocked on my door there earlier, I guess, as far as to have a. Ooh, here's a. There are so many good cars in the Aston Martin camp there. So we got the DBX. So for a family car, right, this thing is a beast. I've seen these in reality in comparison to what the game represents. These things are a beast. So it's got the same engine as the Vantage, only this one is the DBX. So we saw that with the Vantage, I guess, as far as for this AMG powered engine, you know, same that Mercedes has. So would not surprise me with all this tuning that we have. This is still going to beat us. Let's see what we got. So we're getting some new players to the game with our upgrades. New players. Oh, we actually did beat it. So 12-2. So we shaved off what, about 2/10. So I was looking to get within the 12-second bracket. This is still not terrible. So this is just doing ignition and fuel upgrades. Now, probably won't add too much more if we just do the filters. So the next step up there is we'd have to consider like timing, you know, like the cam, upgrade the cam, and possibly like, I don't know, exhaust, as far as to see what we get. Now we don't want to go too crazy, because we still want to keep it in this class B. At least that's my approach. I want to be even maybe to the higher end of a class B, just to get it in that 12-second bracket. That's what I would focus on as far as what kind of upgrades. Alright, so we did beat that dude. What about this one? He's got the same engine, no tuning, race tires. Now that hot rod that beat us last time, that was a lot lighter vehicle. These are pretty equal, I would say, as far as weight. So even though he's a 350 and we're a 354, this should be a good race, just by the numbers there. Can you adjust your gearing? You can only if you put a performance transmission into it. But the gearing on this is, I think, is dialed in. I don't want to mess with that if I don't have to. Usually the only time I'll mess with the gearbox is if the shifting is a little bit funky. The shifting on this is pretty decent. You get us? Oh, we did get us. We had a really good reaction time. I kind of figured this was going to be a good race. Look at how close that was. You know, so just based on the numbers there, these are pretty, I would have to say, is pretty equal in weight. Pretty equal. Maybe a little bit lighter on this one, possibly. But pretty, that's a fair race right there. I like that result. I'm not even mad I lost. You know, so look at it from Chevy Ford, how you want to do it. That was a good race. So even with all that tuning that we've got here, the way this one's dialed in, I guess, as far as that's just like that hot rod. Granted, this one was a little bit closer as far as the interval, but holy smokes. What else we got? We haven't gone against this dude. This ought to be a nice matchup too. So a Cutlass Supreme, same engine, no tuning, 371. He's got a little bit higher rating. This one could possibly beat us too. Let's see what we got. You do 3 shifts with yeah, we don't even need 4th, right? Shortening your final drive, right? So yeah, there's definitely some things you can do, but the only way you can do this is put the performance gearbox into it. So my general rule of thumb, and you make a good point there, Cobalt, but my general rule of thumb is if we got funky shifting, like if it's really tall on one gear or too short, then I'll put that performance gearbox in there so I can adjust that. But as far as the default gearbox, you can't do that. That's the only downside. Yeah, but you're not wrong, I guess, as far as to be able to transfer a lot of gears that you're not using onto, I guess, as far as the 3 that you do use in this case. So yep, that did beat us too. So all of these other cars, this is what I'm noticing. There's a pattern here. All these other cars that have this supercharged engine that like we do, that has lesser tuning, they're probably lighter, I guess, as far as than our truck. So keeping in mind, I guess, as far as this truck, there's a lot of parts on there. It's all steel, right? So this is more of a unibody, but it has a lot of composite parts, if you will, to make it lighter. That's the way those cars, kind of cars, were designed. So like the GTOs, the Cutlass Supremes, the all those cars of that general area, I guess, as far as, so it is kind of surprising, but it's not, I guess, as far as these are beating us with that same engine. So here's our V8 Special, what I was talking about earlier. Then we put the in-game Toyota Supra. This one has a little bit of tuning. Now, we haven't really gone against any turbos yet, besides that that Mercedes, or the Vantage, I should say. So let's see what this turbo can do. Twin turbo V8. Man, I am so hungry right now. I don't know if y'all can't hear that. I guess as far as I got the stomach is just growling. It's like it's hungry. It's like, feed me. Man, did that thing get a boost there? Holy smokes! Yeah, so that was the turbo. Yep, these turbos are fast. So 11.5 on that one with that tuning. I'm not even gonna worry about that one. Turbos, I feel like it's in a class of its own. Turbos are just turbos. You know what I mean? It's just like supercharged and turbo. They don't mix. I don't feel like that. So I'm not even gonna try and beat that dude. So here's another same. So this is the modern supercharged. So the dual overhead cam as opposed to the old school with a little bit of tuning. He's got slicks on it. Let's see if we can beat this new school supercharged. Yeah, that was crazy. It doesn't really surprise me. Like I said, those twin turbos, even with tuning, just like that little bit of tuning that it had, those are crazy fast. Okay, so we can beat the modern supercharged dual overhead cam. I'm liking this numbers here, but I think we could probably get it to sub 12 second by doing the upgrade to the cam. I probably won't do it today, but we could probably update the cam. You know, just basically the timing components. What I'm thinking. I think that should be the next upgrade we'll do, and maybe put those air filters on there too, the K&N. Cool. I'm kind of liking what we got here. So this is where we're at right now. So a lot of those same cars, or not the same cars, just cars that have the same engine can beat us. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. So one last thing I want to do before we close this up here. I want to go into the editor. Oh, this guy's checking on their truck. You can't have it. You can't have it, you creepy guy. Nope, it's mine. You can't have it. We got a nice little hot rod here for the most part. So let's take this back over to the left. So I'm going to keep it in my notes here that we're going to play around with some internals of the engine. So like the cam, timing stuff, other timing stuff. I guess as far as that'll be our next step there. We still want to keep it in the Class B. We don't want to go too crazy, but yeah, there's definitely some room on that still. So what I want to do here before we close things up here, save this progress. These parts here, I'll probably just sell them. Yep. So these are what we already replaced out with performance. Let's just sell these. That'll work, and then save it up again. And I want to go in the editor and I want to check out, because I don't think I've done anything with that default, like you mentioned there, Cobalt, the S530, but I think I did. I don't remember for sure. So I'm going to bring it up. Let's go here, save it up. Let's go to the menu here real quick. Check it out. Right, so Batman's holding on to that second spot. So for any of you folks that gets as far as trying to rack up those fluids for this month of January, you find yourself in the top 5, you could earn yourself a free gifted sub, I guess as far as to the channel. You can also, if you decide, I guess as far as you want to be a VIP for the month, you can do that, or you can give somebody else. You find yourself in that top 5 for the month of January. It's kind of a fun thing here we do with the fluids. So a Nissan 530 S5. So I think by default, I think it's a Ribson. I think that's what they call it. The S530. I think that's what it's called. We're gonna check that out here. We need some editor music. Okay, so we're gonna load up Ribson. I think if I remember that right, that's what it's called. So we gotta look for that. It's gonna be an in-game car, so it should be Ribson Z530. I think it's this one right here. Now, I know we have done some things in here to
Racer
put...
Batman says Jrocken cranes, Jrocken cranes, Jrocken cranes, Jrocken loyalty, Jrocken loyalty, Jrocken haunts, Jrocken lul lul party time power.
Nice. Good one there, Rich, man. That's a nice combo. That's a cool combo. You think it deserves a V12? So I wanted to look and see what we did here. We did do a special, and I think we put the the Nissan DLC engine in here. I forgot what we did. So this is our special that we did. And it puts that, yeah, this Nissan in here. I forgot what engine was that. So this engine, can't remember what we did to this one. So we added, that's got 2 engines, so V8 3. I can't remember what we did to this one. I'll be honest, it's been a while. But we did add it to put, I think, this one in here. So I think when it comes in here by default is not this one. But I think the one that comes in here by default, and you can swap these, is going to be, let's see here. I'm trying to remember what I did here. So that one was, I don't even see it listed in here. Okay, hold on a minute. Go to engine. Should be V6 37N 2, and then we got a 30. Oh, this is a 38N. I got you. 38N rear-wheel drive. That's what we're looking for. So if we look for, got to look for the game's name. So V6 38. So it's this one right here. So this is the DLC. Yeah, we applied the DLC engine to this one. This is the base game car. We added the DLC engine. This one here. And this one lines up pretty good. So it's still a V6. But I don't know if you could. I don't know if there's enough room in here to put a V12. It's pretty tight in here. I don't think you could put a V12 in this one here and without it clipping through. Like, so a lot of these body panels that are on here, you can't remove that. 350Z and a 370Z, and basically this frame. Yeah, so we put, yeah, whatever engine this one is that's in the Nissan DLC, we put that in here. But you got to have that DLC to swap that out on this base car. So yeah, we do have that option in here. So it has the original engine that this one comes with, this car comes with, but also the DLC engine. So yeah. I'm just looking at the engine bay here. I think putting a 12 in here would be pretty not possible. You could probably put a V8 in here, but I don't know about a 12. So just to kind of entertain the idea, let's see what we can do here. So it would have to be a rear-wheel drive V12. Let's just entertain it here for a second. So we need a V12. Probably gonna be up here. So we got a couple of probably different options. So this is for the Zonda. That's going to be a rear-wheel drive. That's the Pagani. So there's the high. That's the XJS. So this one's a Jaguar. This is a Mercedes. That's for the Hyra. That's the AMG engine. So that's going to be a rear. That'll be a rear mount. What about this one? Yeah, see, that's just going to be too big. V12 is going to be way too big. I mean, it'll fit, but the problem is you don't have the ability to remove this shroud. So it'll fit, but it'll look like that. That'll look kind of funny looking. Yeah, so that's a pretty big motor, I guess, as far as for that. I think what would probably be more susceptible would probably be a V8. So let's look at the V8s here for a second. I kind of figured that was probably what that would happen there. So let's look at a V8. Let's see here. Where are... I always forget the names of these. Let's a V6. 6. Let's try, say for example, this guy. See, I think this would be a little bit more feasible to work with. Obviously, we can set it back. But yeah, so I think by default these are rear wheel. Yeah. There's a rear wheel drive, so that's not a problem. But yeah, this could probably be set back on these types of engines. So let's go like this, set it back like so. This would probably fit a lot better than a V12, maybe even a V10. Yeah, That might be something we could entertain, I guess, as far as at a different time. We're talking past each other? Yeah, kind of a little bit. I know there's a little bit of delay. Trying about the... What about the 30Z? Yeah, I don't know all the models, I'll be honest. I'm more about the American cars. I don't know a lot about these, you know, the Toyotas and stuff like that, so I have to plead ignorance. But I don't have a problem, I guess, as far as with entertaining putting a bigger motor, I guess, as far as some of these cars like that. Feel free to get on that last raffle here, folks. We're probably pretty close to wrapping this up here. I am. I got a Puma in my stomach right now. Yeah, so I apologize for talking past each other there. But yeah, I think either putting a V8 or maybe even a V10. See if we got a V10 that we could put in this guy. It might work better than a V12. There might be even a different option for V12, so we got a few options here. Okay, here's this one here, but keeping in mind I have it set back. So in order to make this work, let's see here. Wow. Okay, it might fit this one here, but it's... I think this is a rear mount. I think this is a rear engine. Let me see here. Is that a rear engine? Here, let me turn the body off. Nope, I guess that is a... Okay. So yeah, we could probably put this 12 in there. Yeah, so the one I initially put in there was probably a little too big. This might fit. It's a tight fit for sure. You have to rearrange some of the engine bay, I guess, at first, but that might be possible. Look at how close it is to the radiator. Yikes, yeah, not a lot of room for wiggle room there. So let's turn the body back on. Not a lot of room at all. So I'm keeping in mind here that we don't have the ability to take this out, so we would have to make it work there. Now you can entertain that idea too, I guess, as far as like was being discussed earlier. You could scale it down, for sure, but most of these scales that are set here by default is the actual size, you know, virtual size scale of the engine, right? So we could probably scale this down to say like a 1, like so, just kind of fidget, I guess, as far as with some of the sizing, you know, so that could be an option. I don't normally like to do that, but sometimes it does require it if you do want to get it in there. Like if you're really dead set and wanting to get that in there, that's what you'd have to do. So this engine here would have 731 horsepower. We put that one in there. So if we put back the original engine, the V6 37N, V6 37N, where's that guy? V6 down here. That would be this guy. So it goes from 731 down to 512. So just by adding basically a whole nother V6 in there, you gain about 200 and some odd horsepower. That's wild. So yeah, just to kind of play around with the idea. I like your wiggling. Wiggling? What do you mean wiggling? Talking about a different car in the game. Oh, so a different... Okay, gotcha. But like I said, I'm a little bit ignorant, I guess, as far as when it comes to the other cars. I have learned a lot with these, playing around with them. But more of the American cars I know about. What about wiggling? What do you mean wiggling? As far as moving them around and just trying to get them to work in there? It is kind of fun to kind of say, like, I don't like to make them too oversized or undersized, I guess, as far as, so, like, if we were to take the V12 and, like, really get it down to, like, a V8 size, to me, that's just silly to do that. And really, you know, try to cram it in there really tight. I don't like to do that. If I had the ability, I would like to take this off. It would make all kinds of room, but we don't have that ability because that is part of the body. But so there are some possibilities, I guess, as far as to maybe get a V12 into this guy. Maybe we'll entertain that for maybe for our Wednesday. We like to get back into this on our Wednesday as far as wrenching on cars, so maybe we'll do that. Have had a lot of fun here today, folks. But if I don't get something to eat here, my stomach's gonna kill me. So we are gonna wrap this up here. We are gonna wrap this up here on both sides there. Very much appreciated for everybody that did drop by and stick around. All the new follows. Yeah, trying to get enders to fit. Yeah, it does take a lot of wiggling. Oh, we got. Why did that not? Didn't hear any sound on that. Do y'all hear any sound on that? I saw the visual. Dark coming in there, I guess, as far as too. I guess, as far as appreciate you stopping by there, Dark. We're gonna send this off to somebody on the outro. So if you have not already, hit the follow button. Make sure you do that to get the notifications. We'll be back on here tomorrow doing some trucking.
You're late.
Doing some virtual. Yeah, you're definitely late. But we appreciate you stopping in there, Dart.
What kind of car trouble?
So if you got the car trouble, if you continue to have the car trouble, I guess as far as come back on Wednesday, we'll be back into this. But like I said, for tomorrow we'll be doing some virtual trucking. So if you haven't already, like I said, as far as hit that follow button to get the notification when the streams are live. Social medias are posted to the channel. I'll go ahead and put these at your fingertips so you can check that out at your leisure. If you like to let the folks know what's going on in between streams, definitely check that out at your leisure, like I said. We're going to send this off to somebody on the outro. Okay, so that one's off. John Von's off. I got to find somebody. I think I know where I'm going to go. He's doing exactly what we're going to be doing here tomorrow. So he's having some fun doing some virtual trucking. He was in here earlier. We're going to say hi to Mr. Blushy. Let's go show Mr. Blushy some love, I guess, as far as so. Appreciate y'all again, I guess, as far as having a marvelous rest of your Monday. Hope to see y'all again here real soon. You had to drive your dad around today? Oh, yikes. Come back tomorrow. We'll be back out here tomorrow here, Dart. Come back and join us. Alright, I gotta get going. I gotta get some pizza. I think the pizza's here. I can smell it. I can have it. Alright, here we go.